Hey everybody, hope all is well. I just got out the shower, so let me just put my clothes on and whatnot, and I'm going to actually put my camera on, just getting my albums together, so give me like a good 3 minutes, okay? Try,
Yep,
bro, the instigator.
what it is.
What it is.
I want to say something real quick.
What's goody?
For this, Reg Thompson is the hardest working man on YouTube. Since I met this dude over at Speak Your Clout, when we started doing stuff with them, I have he's always been a hardworking cat. I've never had no problem with this cat. For people to come on here, if you come on here and you rocking with us, it's because of your loyalty from when we were on Speak Your Clout to now, and just supporting our channels. I don't feel like people should be asking us to get on here because they want to show off their collection too. This is not like something that we we all like we don't do this all the time and we're not getting paid for this. And it shouldn't be, well, if you don't, if you're asking us to join us to get on and show your collection, and if we say no, people stop supporting us. Or if we do a album review that people want to see, they don't want to support. So my whole thing is, if you're a loyal supporter and you genuinely rock with us, then keep doing that. For everybody, all the fake supporters that feel like, oh, well, you're only gonna support, and then when we start asking for donations, it's, oh, well, I'm not gonna support them no more. I think that's whack. You know what I'm saying? Because neither of us, and Ashley included, neither of us, a lot of content creators are not getting paid for doing what we do on here. This is from the love of what we do, because of the love of this culture. You know what I'm saying? And especially for me, like, you see how many subscribers I got? It's barely at 200. I don't get paid for none of this shit. This is just for the love of the culture and the stuff I grew up in my childhood. So I feel like all the loyal supporters keep supporting us. Everybody else that 1 minute they want to show love, and then the next minute they want to be finicky because we start asking for, oh, if you want an album review, you gotta pay us for that. And then they're never around. Like, we don't need no unloyal subscribers and people that and unloyal supporters to this channel. That's just how I feel about that. You know what I'm saying? Reg, your mic is off.
Yeah, I definitely 100% agree with y'all and stuff like that, because for the loyal subscribers, y'all know who y'all are and stuff like that. Y'all know who y'all are. Y'all been down with us and stuff like that. But it's just like motherfuckers. I'm not gonna be. They like fucking children. You know what I'm saying? It's like they would want something 1 minute and stuff like that, and then the next minute they won't be grateful. They'll just jump on to the next thing and shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I had to say. You know what I'm saying? Man, this is probably the most albums I have in a collection. To be real with you, this is gonna be fun. Got the Henny tonight. Got the blunt.
Eric was good.
What's up, Eric? I'm about to send you your invite. Midway through the review.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the ones that we don't normally see on here. Those are the ones I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the loyal people like Sam and Ronnie and Rachel. I'm talking about the people that you see them once in the blue, but they're the ones that's demanding shit, but they're not putting out for us. What you think? We just gonna do this shit forever for free? You know, that's what I'm talking about. I ain't talking about everybody that's in the chat right now. I'm talking about the people that the sometimey motherfuckers.
All right, just to let you know, Rock Lady said she'll probably head out before 11 p.m. So
okay.
I'm gonna send her the invite right now.
Right.
BJ's gonna get off around 11.
Okay.
I told him that I'm gonna stay on until about 12:30, 12:45 at least, and stuff like that. So he'll jump on. If he don't jump on, he'll jump on our next live or something. Eric, I'm gonna send him the invite in a couple of minutes. It's gonna be a fun night.
We haven't did this since May.
Yeah, I may do another collection or something. I'm planning out my birthday celebration and shit like that, because you know me. November 1st, I always go live on 11 p.m.
Right.
A little birthday celebration Q&A or whatever. I don't know what I'm gonna do this year, but besides getting drunk, yeah, I may do like a little, because if not my collection's then around December.
Okay.
Because I do gotta save some money and shit.
Right.
Sam asked if you like David Bowie.
Yes, I like David Bowie. Legendary artist.
Stay tuned on some Bowie content around the winter time. Yeah, the next reviews y'all gonna be fucking with and shit. That's all I'm gonna say. I think Ash is on her way. R. Kelly is guilty, y'all. Social media, Black Twitter, it's going in frenzy. It's like every video on YouTube is R. Kelly this, R. Kelly that.
She coming on right now, Moonflower.
Yeah, Ashley's been busy, but yeah, she still comes on and stuff. You know, stay tuned. My homeboy Lamont is gonna. I was talking to homeboy Lamont. You remember Lamont, right?
Yes.
Yeah. When we do the last Gen review sometime next month, he's gonna jump on too.
He was on with us for the Demeter, well, not Demeter Joe.
Demeter Joe, yeah.
It was okay.
Shout out to Lamont too. He dropped a video about Janet Jackson too, about Rhythm Nation. So
Right.
make sure y'all check him out.
I don't think you sent. Did you send me his page? I don't think you sent me.
Lamont,
Yeah.
his YouTube. I put it on the stream. But I'm gonna send it to you right now.
Okay.
You're gonna love the Legends panel, man. I'm telling you,
I know he knows his shit. He knows his stuff.
he does.
Definitely. Hey man, if R. Kelly is guilty for what he's done, then he should pay. But I mean, musically, he's a legend. I'm still gonna listen to his music. I'm not gonna be one of these fans that all of a sudden act like he ain't dropped no classic shit. You know what I mean? They trying to cancel everybody.
Yeah, man. What was I about to say? Oh, make sure y'all also check out the show me and try they call Inside the Scene.
Yes. Oh, did you drop that already?
Yeah, that should have been dropped.
I didn't see it.
YouTube. Oh my god. I swear to God. Yeah, that should have been hella dropped yesterday, but I can double check because if not, I'm gonna drop it right now. But before Ashley comes on, who saw the mid-season finale of Raising Kanan?
Oh, that was good. That was good.
It was good, but it wasn't great. But it was a
Right.
mid-season finale, so I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Is it? I thought that was the season finale.
No, that was a mid-season.
Mid-season? So it's coming back in what, December?
Probably 2022. I'm not too sure.
Oh, I'm thinking that's why they didn't leave it on the cliffhanger. I'm thinking it's the season finale.
Oh, okay. Okay, YouTube fucked it up. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna drop that Inside the Zine tomorrow. Actually,
Okay.
that was supposed to have came out Sunday, but thank you, YouTube.
I can't undo. Listen, I went to see R. Kelly in concert. I can't undo that history. So again, like your man's legendary, but he fucked up. And if they find like he was guilty, then he should pay for what he did.
Yeah,
Ashley was
I
good.
mean, there's a whole
What's up,
lot
First
more mess of
Lady?
charges that they brought on against him.
Right.
It's insane. And then I heard about the whole racketeering thing now.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like I can't.
The
You can't
odds are
even.
really stacked against him. I'm just going to say that.
Right.
It's a lot of charges from the federal government. I mean, you really cannot ignore that. If it's one thing for the state of Illinois to go after him, it's a whole other level that the feds are going after him too.
Right.
Yeah, man.
And he has 2 more cases coming up.
Oh boy. Oh, he has a good defense team.
Sir, this is gonna be crazy, man.
What did you think about the mid-season finale?
I thought it was good, but it wasn't great
Yeah.
because I felt like I know you're not supposed to answer every question, but I felt like there was still a bit loose ends and stuff like that too.
Right.
Like I really wanted. Part of me really wanted Lulu to go after Unique. I don't know why, but I felt like Marvin getting arrested was way too easy and shit too, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That white, she gonna die. That white girl gonna die and shit. It's like, fuck you, Marvin. Fuck you. Yeah. What else? Nigga shot his own dad. That's the craziest shit and stuff. Like, I feel like they're gonna wait till that for the season finale.
I thought it for sure. Like he was gonna die. Like I don't. I mean, do you see Omar Epps' character staying on that show?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be real. I was not too sure if Omar Epps' character was gonna be on. Just the fact that Kanan shot him,
Right.
his real dad at that.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh.
Mm.
It was
Eyes.
it was okay. I just thought it could have been better. And like what's up with Jukebox? Like what is gonna happen to her?
Right.
I feel like she's gonna form an alliance with that cop though.
You think
Yeah, I
so?
think so too.
She gonna rat out her pops?
I don't know if she'll go that far.
Yeah. Boy asks, what did y'all think about the BMF premiere? Did you watch that?
No, no, I need to watch that. I have yet to watch that.
That was
I
good.
plan on doing that sometime tomorrow.
I don't remember. I remember seeing BMF on like the mixtape DVDs and stuff, and they did like they know everybody in the industry. They got like pictures on the Instagram with Jay-Z and Drake and everybody else. They got a clothing line.
Why?
I don't know the background too much about BMF. As far as like I know about Big Meech, he went to prison, but I don't know like the backstory. So I'm just like watching it like everybody else.
Mickey.
What's good?
Hey,
Hey.
what's up,
What's
y'all?
up?
How you
Chilling.
doing?
Chilling.
Doing good.
How you doing?
All right. I'm hearing some good reviews.
Yeah.
Hearing some. All right. I got a lot of catching up to do. How's everybody?
Mm-hmm. Chilling.
Oh, yo, we already know. Well, without further ado, let's just get started with the surprise review. What's good, everybody? How's everyone doing this lovely September 27th, this lovely fall weather we're living in? It's your boy Reg in the building, the slick motherfucker himself. Got the instigator Triboa in the building,
Yo, what up?
who I'm gonna piss off like 10 times tonight.
Oh Lord.
I got my homegirl and old friend Ash in the building, repping Charlotte all day.
Yep.
Yeah, we got a few special guests tonight. And one of our special guests, of course, is the one and only Miss Rock Lady herself, Miss Mickey in the building. How you doing, Mick?
Yeah.
All right. How you doing?
Yes, we got more guests coming.
All right.
Before I start, make sure you guys pre-order some of that clothing from the Masquerade, the fashion brand that is ahead of its time while you're still in prime.
Okay.
All right, I'm back officially.
Yes.
That was a lovely
Welcome
break. Lovely break.
Mhm.
While I was gone, R. Kelly's been guilty. Kelly Price has been missing. Um, Eminem might drop a new album this week. I mean,
Lord.
yeah.
Please don't.
I mean, a lot to talk about here and here, but let's get started with the music because music is always essential. And the album that we are going to do the surprise review on.
Yes. TLC.
Whoa. Oh my
Ooh,
God.
and we all got the album. Okay.
It's
We all got the
beautiful.
album.
Yep.
Who on the TLC tip?
Love it.
Debut album, TLC, February 25th, 1992, on LaFace Records. This is the third TLC album we're reviewing because we started off with Fan Mail, then Crazy Sexy Cool,
Yeah.
and now this album. This was produced by Dallas Austin, very dope, underrated producer, the legendary Babyface himself, Puffy's opponent, Jermaine Dupri, the Funky Bunch, KO, the legendary Marley Marl, who I forgot did some shit on this album, L.A. Reid and Daryl Simmons.
Yep.
No guest appearances, just the way I like it. All right, so we've talked about TLCR and stuff like that, and so Mickey, since you're here, since you're a guest, I want to ask you, how did you get into TLC?
Oh man, I remember back. I'm telling my age now. When they first came on the scene back in the early '90s, they were all over MTV. Cute, adorable. I love that first album. They were so much fun. My personal favorite from that first one is "Baby, Baby, Baby." Oh,
Classic. Classic
It's
record.
my second favorite.
classic.
Mm-hmm.
And Dallas Austin and Babyface, they were doing so much at that time. They did probably one of Madonna's best albums at that time, Bedtime Stories, and she
Yes,
collaborated
Yep.
on that one.
definitely agree with that.
Some of her best work. You don't hear about it too much now, but you
Right.
know that was some of her best work. So the work they were doing with TLC and Madonna and all these other artists at that time, that album is still stands up. Absolutely, you guys are ahead of me. I need to get that on vinyl, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yes, it has a special place in my heart.
Same.
definitely. All right, so TLC. I mean, I was re-listening to this album, and I haven't heard this album since like maybe 2013, 2012.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I might. This might be my one of my favorite TLC, maybe my favorite TLC album. I might like this over Crazy Sexy Cool now because
Oh
I forgot how much this album aged well.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, just the message of safe sex.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Female empowerment.
Yep.
Even the album cover and shit like that. Usually, I don't like the whole '90s esque album covers with the colors and
Oh,
the jumping. Or like
oh,
when me and Try did the Moni Love album cover,
yeah.
album review with the Down for Love, whatever that one was called.
Hmm.
She had this. You can tell it was from the '90s. The yellow, the smiles and the peace signs
I
and stuff
love
like that.
it.
I kind of prefer the alternate international one where she's like it's more darker and she's looking up in the sky.
Okay.
Yeah, but with this one, it fits TLC. You know what I'm
Yes,
Yeah.
saying?
it does.
Definitely.
Fits them.
Love that
Um,
cover.
so you guys should know definitely how they started out. You know what I'm saying? There was actually another member in TLC, Ashley and stuff like that before Chili, but they said that she wasn't really that good. I mean, if you guys watched that TLC movie,
Yeah.
they threw major shade at her.
Hmm. Hmm.
They didn't have to do that girl like that, but anyway, so Chili, of course, was a dancer. She met with TLC and stuff like that. Well, T-Bars and Left Eye and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So they formed the name TLC based off the acronyms of the first letter of the girls' names. And of course, TLC also means tender love and care. That's where Pebbles came in the picture, aka the devil in this scenario.
Mm.
Um,
Oh,
I,
the
mm,
devil. Oh my
y-
god. That was my girl.
I mean, the girl, she's pretty much the bad guy in the TLC story. Let's just be real. The bad guy in the TLC
Right.
story, because fucked over the whole publishing, you know, gave them fucking cars, just to say I'm a superstar now, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The whole label thing, you know what I'm saying? Suge Knight
Yeah.
did the same thing,
Right.
Yeah.
and ironically Left Eye signed to Death Row too, and that's another story for a different day.
Mm-hmm.
So then that's when they were working on, the Ooh on a TLC tip and stuff, and they were very influenced by Belle Biv DeVoe, which very evident on this album. You know what I'm saying? Because Belle Biv DeVoe, I feel like with Belle Biv DeVoe definitely and stuff like that. You can tell they influenced TLC, and to an extent, I feel like they also influenced Jodeci too, to an extent,
Mm. Okay.
just based off him. Like New Edition alone, was just probably the most influential R&B group in the last 30 years, in my personal opinion
Yeah.
and shit. So just the whole family tree of it all. I did not open this album yet.
Why not, Reg?
Cause like I
Yeah,
said, I wait till the
and
right
I
moment.
got that for him.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Thank you, Ashley.
Ooh. Is it on color vinyl?
Yes, I believe so. I'm about to
Ooh.
roll it back right now.
Yes.
Thank you so much for this, Ash. So the only album I'm missing from the TLC is the 3D album, which
Same.
Oh,
I'm not really in a rush to get that. I'm gonna just be perfectly
Okay.
honest.
It wasn't that good.
yeah. I remember you saying that before.
Yeah. Eventually, we would talk about it one day, but
All right.
I'd rather talk about J Lo's album than that one. That's
Oh,
and I love TLC,
Mm.
but I'm an honest fan.
Yeah.
So like again, I love the album cover
that's
and
gorgeous.
stuff like that. I like the T-shirt with the T. The boot with left eye. Left, of course, left eye gotta have the boot.
Right.
And Chili got the
The
snapback
hat.
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I love when lyrics are on the liner notes. Yes,
Right.
Yay.
yes, I
And
love it.
it's in the CD also. It's in the
Yes.
CD booklet.
Yep.
Oh wait, this is not colored. It's actually still black and stuff.
Oh,
But
okay. It's still beautiful.
it's
Yeah.
still, yeah, still beautiful, still
Yeah.
clean. Um, okay, it's kind of tight though, but you know what? Let's do that. Okay, packaging is a little. Sorry. Oh, the singles. I forgot about that. Ain't Too Proud to Beg, Baby, Baby, Baby. What about your friends and Hat to the Back?
Right.
Oh yeah, I'm so ready. Okay. So before we get into show and tell, we gotta get into class and session. So you know how that goes. I 15 tracks, technically 2 interludes. Let's get this shit started. Track number 1 is the intro. Intros is pretty much talking about like what TLC stands for and whatnot. Believe it or not, I actually like the intros and some of the intermissions on this album. So I feel like this was a nice way to start the album.
Yeah, it was good. You got like a it sounds like a caller calling at a radio station, and he's basically saying like how he doesn't like the baggy look for the group, and he's not into the baggy jeans for them, but they're cute. And even at that time when they came out in '92, it was like I heard a lot of that. They're cute, a cute girl group, but people didn't really know what to make of them yet. And they
Yeah.
reminded a lot. A lot of fans were reminded of like BBD with the snapbacks and the boots, the two-tone colored boots, and the baggy jeans. And I looked at them like they were like a female BBD at one point. You know what I'm saying? But they basically had to prove to people that they for real and they wasn't like a one-hit wonder. And I think like that look at that time fit them, and then they matured over time with the second and third album into women. So I didn't have a problem with the look.
Yeah, same, pretty much. Just, I guess, a caller letting them know that you don't understand why they had to dress up in the baggy clothes to begin with, and didn't think that was a thing for women to wear. But to me, for them doing that, it makes them stand out. That they're not like every other female group that was coming up during the early '90s. So to let them be known and stand out, they did what they had to do to prove a point. Not only that, let them know that they're here.
Right.
Exactly.
I thought they always stood out. Like I
Yep.
remember when they debuted back then. Like yeah, Belle Biv DeVoe. Remember Another Bad Creation.
Yes,
They.
ABC.
I mean, all of their videos. They all look like they could have come off the same assembly line, but there was something special about TLC, and even though they shared that style, they were definitely a standout. And of
Yeah.
course, yeah, they did mature, but their look at the time, it was killer. It was just great. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, y'all just read that he faced up to a max of 100 years.
Mm.
Jesus. Anyway, track number 2, Ain't Too Proud to Beg. In my opinion, my favorite track off this album. This has always been one of my, next to Waterfalls. I've always felt like this was, and of course No Scrubs. I've always felt like this was their signature track. Nice, a very well introduction to who they are and stuff like that. I mean, you have TLC's like kind of like seductive singing. You have, of course, Left Eyes, energetic raps. You have Chili's, outgoing personality, all full out display on this track, in my opinion. I mean, again, this idea of safe sex it was like very new at that time because, yeah, I mean, you had people like Salt and Pepper, they did songs like Let's Talk
Let's
About
talk about
Sex.
sex.
but then they also did songs like Shoot, excuse me.
Right.
And then TLC were really like the first ones to really just take that and just fully embrace it. You know what I'm saying? And influence like a lot of people to do that safe set. Like Left Eye was putting condoms in the fucking hand
Mm-hmm.
eyes
On her
and stuff.
glasses and
Glasses,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Right.
crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? Very, very, very dope track in my opinion. Dallas and Left Eye actually got nominated, you know, as songwriters for Best R&B Song Grammy and stuff like that for the single. Um, who did they lose to? Oh, they lost to Boyz II Men, End of the Road, of course. Okay.
oh wow.
Wow.
Well, nothing was beating that one. So,
Right.
but yeah, this is a classic song, timeless. My favorite track off this album.
I think for that time in R&B, like it was a very blunt type of record. You know, like them just saying, you know, if I need it in the morning or the middle of the night, and saying, you know, telling people that, you know, they're horny and they want some, and everybody needs some good loving. That was like the equivalent of BBD when they came out with Do Me, and that was like a brash record. And even when that dropped, a lot of people had a problem with that record, and you know they're all about sex and misogyny, and I think with TLC, like they were like, well, if the men could do it, why can't the women do it? And the women have a right to express themselves, you know, brashly just like the men. And you know, it was a big hit. I loved the video. It was real colorful, and it was definitely a nice beat and a classic record. And I just like the message of them being able to express themselves, you know, as women, bluntly the way that men can do it, and you know, they didn't really care about like how they were being perceived in the media, and oh, they might look like some hoes or whatever, but they were just basically saying like they want it, they horny. If the men could do it, they could do it, and I salute them for that.
Yes.
Ain't Too Proud to Beg is definitely one of my favorite songs off this album. I have the DVD of their video hits, and this
Yeah.
was the first one to come on. I remember seeing the video thinking to myself like, wow, what a colorful, just in your face record out on video. Not only that, it's just the gear, just the fact that they looked like they were having fun during the video shoot while getting their point across about safe sex definitely speaks volumes, because like I could not imagine any other female group in R&B period to ever put out a song like that, and for them to be blunt about it, it definitely speaks volumes, because you would never think for a female R&B act to do that. And a lot of the times when we hear songs about sex pretty much just getting to the point of just do me or whatever, you hear
Right.
it from the men.
Right.
But definitely an all around classic song. The video is timeless as well. R.I.P. to Left Eye. Just just a dope song that I still love to this day.
Same.
Yeah.
Most definitely. Um, you know, Rock, do you have anything to say, Mick? You know, just in case you want to add in something.
Yeah, I mean, just to, like piggyback on what everybody else was saying. I mean, when they made their debut, I mean, it sounds funny now, some 50 years on, but back then, there weren't a whole lot of women in music who were able to rap or sing about sex or safe sex. But at that time, you started seeing it a little bit more. Each door started opening because, and then you have to figure in the late 80s, early 90s, AIDS was all over the place. I mean,
Yes.
AIDS was on everybody's mind, on everybody's lips.
Right.
So artists started taking chances back then, and TLC was one of them. And like you said, Belle Biv DeVoe, nobody thought anything of it if male artists touched on sex or had lyrics about sex. But it was like if a woman talked about it, oh my God, you had the PMRC back then, trying to
Right.
censor everything, and so. But I give it to TLC. They were definitely one of the first ones at that time to do it and keep doing it. Keep letting their voice getting heard, and
Right.
in some people's eyes getting away with it, and I'm glad they did, because now with what you see now, it's opened so many doors.
It's worse now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But back then, you didn't see it that much. But MTV became that platform where artists could safely do that.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Very well said, all of you guys. Definitely. Track number 3, Shock to the Monkey. Shock That Monkey, excuse me. I'm not gonna lie, I was surprised Babyface did this track. It kind of sounds more like a Dallas Austin track, in my opinion, and stuff like that. But I'm not denying this was a very interesting track, in my opinion. Basically, TLC talking about, trying to get in a nigga's pants, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? Pretty. I mean, it's an okay song. Not one of my favorites, but yeah, I'll let it slide.
I thought it was a good. It was a decent song. It's not one of my favorites. The beat to me, it sounds like something that Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis did. Like I could hear Janet. I could hear Janet on this for like the Rhythm Nation album. I think would fit on that album. It has like that Rhythm Nation sound to it. The chorus I didn't care for. I thought the chorus was corny. I love Chili on the bridge. I think like with TLC they were like a different type of group where T-Boz can be the lead and Chili can do the chorus or the bridge, and then Left Eye coming with the raps. And I love Chili on this album. Like she's on like a lot of the choruses and the bridges, and that's something that's missing from R&B. We don't have like a lot of songs no more where you have like a good memorable chorus or a bridge to the song. It's just like they just sing it and then that's it. But I thought Chili sounded great on the bridge of this song, and it was cool.
Yeah, I'll admit, Shock That Monkey, even though it's not a favorite of mine, I'll admit it was decent, and yeah, this album definitely has that perfect formula, because who's who on here, as well as like what position that they are for certain tracks. Like, of course, you got T-Boz doing lead, Left Eye doing the raps, and then Chili coming in the chorus or the bridge of the songs, and the formula right there is already set in stone. But yeah, I really did not know Babyface did this song either. That's news to me. And this is my first time probably playing this album in the last couple of years, I'll admit. But I'll admit the chorus to it, it's a little cheesy and slightly catchy at the same time, believe it or not.
Right.
But all in all, it wasn't a bad song.
I have to revisit it, because from this album, the singles are in my mind, but some of like the tracks, the other tracks, I still have to revisit it, man. But yeah, I got to give it to Babyface. I love him as a producer, so I'm gonna keep an open mind. I have to go back and listen to it.
That's the thing about music, man. Revisit certain things. That's how the music is timeless.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now you're gonna get into the first intermission, and pretty much it's a funny intermission and stuff like that. T-Boz and Left Eye talking to this like nigga and stuff like that, and guys like girl looking good in them jeans and stuff like that, and they ain't having that, and so they said some shit like she needs a case of the hoe remover. I swear to God, some of these comebacks, these 90s, some of these 90s niggas have hoe remover. I'm just like, really? But yeah, it's a pretty funny interlude and shit.
Yeah, it was hilarious. I thought they should have just had like a title for the intermission besides just calling it that, because like just when you hear like the dude, checking out the chick in the booty shorts, and you got T-Boz and Left Eye talking about she needs some host what do you call it, hole remover, and sprinkle just sprinkling on a hole, and it was just crazy. It was just a hilarious interlude, and I'm not even a fan really of too many interludes and skits unless they mean a lot to the album, and I think it fit within their whole personality. That's how the group was. They're real playful and always cracking jokes, and I think it fit for this album. So I actually liked it.
Yeah, I'll admit this intermission that is definitely one that made me laugh. Just the fact that they would be so bold and blunt just to say like this girl need a case of whole
Right.
just a sprinkle a day, and your hope
Mm-hmm.
ain't away. Has your hope been sprinkled a day?
Crazy.
Oh man,
Oh my
my
god.
Jesus.
it's all coming back to me now.
Right?
About that. Oh
Jeez.
man.
I swear to God. And you know what my favorite '90s comeback niggas was when you see like a whack nigga, you call him a mark and shit like
Mm-hmm.
like in that movie Boys in the Hood when Trey was trying to
Right.
act all hard and shit, and then there's this
Mm-hmm.
laughter like Mark,
Right.
like okay. Anyway, um, now we're gonna get the hat to the back. This shit is my shit right here. One of Dallas Austin's best beats in my opinion. This is a song where they talking about how a lot of people criticize this style and clothing as it was too tomboyish and whatnot. And then this like a song where they represent in the style. Probably in my opinion, one of the most underrated singles. I never hear a lot of people talk about this and shit like that. I feel like again, it's a very essential song when you're talking about TLC, just talking about like the way their clothes. Cause you know, at that time you had people like, you know, Mariah Carey and the En Vogues, um, the Vanessa Williams, you know, they were all glamorous and enchanted and everything like that, you know, and then TLC came all hood and all baggy clothes and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? And they can fucking dance and shit like that too. And again,
Right.
the same people that were talking about TLC were the same people that were talking about Escape. Because, you know,
Yeah.
1 year later, they came out with the Humming Coming At Ya album.
Mm-hmm.
Very dope album, by the way.
Yeah.
So, again, another one of TLC's influence and shit. So, um, very dope track, Hat to the Back.
I love the fact that I see Ray Sean and Moonflower quoting the lyrics from "Ain't Too Proud to Beg." That's dope. And yeah, it was a good single. This was definitely a banger. I love the beat and the bass line on this. And again, like they're talking about, telling dudes that whether they dressing baggy or sexy, they should be able to wear what they want to wear and still be treated like a woman. So I definitely it's like a deeper meaning in the song, and I think it was a great song. I love Left Eye's verse, and yeah, like I said, like Chili was she sounded great on the chorus, and it was a classic song to me.
Yeah, I definitely feel Hat to the Back is definitely a slept on single too, because I don't hear a lot of people mention it either. I know that the video version for this, I guess the beat to it was a little bit different in the video versus how it is on the album. But overall, I like the video because it had Crisscross cameo in it at the beginning
Right.
of the song, and
Hmm.
somewhere else at some point in the video, which I like that too.
Yeah.
And I definitely get the message because it's like not every female artist or female group at that time was dressing like they get all glammed up like what Reg was mentioning about Mariah Carey and In Vogue, Vanessa
Hmm.
Williams, and all the other major ladies of R&B and whatnot were dressed up like that during that time. But yeah, it's like why criticize these girls who want to stand out, be unique, be different, and not want to be like sexualized in a way that some of the other women were. If they got to wear tight dresses or tight skirt and heels all the time,
Right.
that's what I got out of it.
That's excellent.
Definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, we definitely needed them at that
Yeah.
time. Man. Yeah, the message in that song, even though it wasn't, a hit single for them, but I'm glad they were able to express it and get the message out there anyway.
Right.
We really needed them in R&B at that time. I mean, not that there's anything wrong. Hey, Mariah Carey and all those glam sisters that we had at that time. That was the
Of
look. But
course.
I'm glad they broke through when they did and with the style that they did.
Right.
They really set a pace.
Facts.
Definitely.
Definitely.
Hmm.
Whew, okay. All right. 10 more tracks left. Track number 6. That's the way we like 'em. This was produced by Marley Marl. This is to me the precursor of Salt and Pepper's Waterman, in my opinion. Like, this track right here is just like pretty much what TLC was looking for in a nigga, pretty much. And what I found interesting about this track was how each of the girls ended off their first verse with understanding the depth of insert here and stuff like that. Like with Left Eye is 90s women, with T-Bars is cool women.
Cool women.
Yeah, with
Right.
Off Topic, I feel like T-Bars had the best verse. And with Chili is good woman and shit like
Yep.
that, you know. Um
Right.
love the call back to OPP and stuff like that because again, hinting back to Salt and Pepper Trash and shit like that. Yeah, man, this was definitely a very dope song. This should have been a single, but I guess they didn't want to have like too many New Jack Swing songs. They needed to have like a certain balance and shit.
Yeah.
Um,
True.
like I like when T-Boss was like chilling in the crib with the docs on, maxing on the couch to a Babyface song on. Yeah, understanding the death of cool women, cause that's the way T-Boss is living and shit. And she also had a funny line when she said, "Or I'd like to wipe your butt before you leave in the dookie seat." Like very funny, very funky track. Very underrated track in my opinion. Love it.
Yeah, this was another album banger. I loved the bass line and the beat. Each one of them had a verse, and they were like rapping and singing on this song.
Yeah.
So it has been done before Drake. You know, I think like and they didn't do that too much where they had like all three of them were like spitting a verse, and
Hmm.
that was like this song alone to me was like a classic song from them that nobody ever talks about. And I like Left Eye's verse, and she said, I am unordinary. The more balls, the merry. Not the two hanging heavy with Derry Airy. Because to impress me is not to undress me. That's only unless we agree you down with OPP. And being honestly is what I want you to be. You want to control me, you need much authority. So again, that's just like just being brash about what they wanted, and not being afraid to say what they wanted. And they gave a shout out to Jermaine Dupri and Chris Cross and Marley Marl at the end of the song, and I thought it was a great song.
Yeah, I definitely feel like this was a highly slept on track. I even like the fact that each one of them had a verse to rhyme, to like rap to, and I think this is like only one. I think the only song you would ever hear from them rapping their each verse
Right.
to. I found that to be very, very unique. But all of them, they did their thing. Of course, Left Eye was gonna come out the gate hard, and then T-Boz, and of course Chili. I mean, everyone had their own unique flavor to their verses, and I found that to be incredible. And not only that, shouting out to everybody who helped contribute to the album toward the end of the song, and then them shouting out their moms and everything. Felt that was good too.
Yeah.
Was there a video for this one?
No,
Did they have a video?
No.
Okay.
no.
Yeah.
I wish they did.
Coogee was good.
Right?
Oh yeah.
Coogee was good.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. I very very dope track. Now we're gonna get into what about your friends? Oof, another heavy track right here and stuff like that. This track, of course, talking about the importance of friendship, which very close to TLC, and as documentary has been tested a few times and shit like that. Um, very, very, very dope track. I love the beat. The remix was actually the first appearance of Outkast on Wax and stuff like that, which I actually found out recently. So
Oh wow.
yeah, definitely, definitely, definitely a very dope joint. I love the beat. Like it's like that perfect hip hop soul, New Jack Swing kind of beat and stuff like that. Even though I kind of gear this album more to New Jack Swing and like Crazy Sexy Cool is more hip hop soul to me, but that's what I have to say about that.
It's a serious message, them speaking to people about, who are your true friends in your time of need. If you need to borrow $1, if you need a place to stay, if you get in trouble with the law, your friend's gonna be there for you in your time of need, and that's how I you know understood the song, like, just talking about, your real friends from your associates, and recognizing, the difference. And I love the song. It's a great beat. I love T Bar's verse, and she's just basically talking about, that, people in her circle felt like she changed once she got some money and a little bit of fame. And she's telling people, like, the same people that were down for me from day one when I was broken and struggling and trying to get a record deal, and now that you see me get this deal and I got a little money and fame, those are the same people that I'm riding with. And I loved her verse. And Left Eye killed it. She had a dope rap, and Chili did her thing on the chorus. And it's just a classic record. And the video was, they looked like they were having fun in the video. Like the video, they
Yeah.
were like, playing, had water fights and just clowning around with their peoples. And it was definitely a classic song.
What About Your Friends is definitely another favorite song of mine from this album. It definitely speaks a message that was relevant then as it does now. Because nowadays you just never really know who are really your friends, who say that they got your back, who say that they'll be there for you, who support you, be there for you when you need them day, night, 24/7, whenever, you know? And I like the video. The video feel like they were having a good time, just like how they were when they did "Ain't Too Proud to Beg." It's just it's just one of those memorable songs that never gets old, and it feels like you're hearing it for the first time.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Classic song. I mean, every time I hear it, I mean, it just takes me back. Back then, you couldn't turn from it for a while. I mean, you just heard it coming out of car stereos, college dorms and stuff. It was so popular back then, and the sentiment of the song is classic. It's friends who will ride with you through thick and thin. That never changes, and something that we can always relate to. But,
Yeah.
yeah, that was a classic one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can do nothing but smile every time I think of that song when it came
Of course. It's feel good music right
out.
here.
Yes.
Alright. And we were just mentioning about fucking Try gave a dope speech about loyalty and supporters earlier and shit
Mm-hmm.
too.
Right.
Um Next track is His Story. Now this is a track I had to definitely re-listen to a couple of times and stuff like that. And I feel like personally this track was based on the Tawana Brawley incident and stuff like that. If you
Right.
guys remember and stuff like that, I think 1987, she made some rape allegations when she was 15 and stuff like that. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I was really little when that happened. I remember seeing images of it on the news, and on in Do the Right Thing, the Spike Lee film. There was like on the wall. There's like a scene
Someone
where
was
like they
telling the
do
truth.
right, and
Yeah,
Al Sharpton was like he was supporting her. He believed her story. He was supporting her, and a lot of people got at him because she allegedly she lied or whatever. And I remember like a little bit of that story.
Yeah, now it's coming back to me. Yeah, she made it up and whatnot. And Al Sharpton got like a lot of scrutiny
Yeah.
for years, I think, at
Hmm.
that time too. And that also was happening when he appeared on that Milton Brawl, that Milton dude, and with that
I know
Roy
you're talking about.
Ennis,
Yeah.
and he fucking Roy Ennis pushed his fat ass on the chair and stuff like that.
Morton
Classic.
Morton Downey Jr. That was his
Morton
name.
Downey, yeah, Morton
Yeah.
Downey
Oh my
Jr.
God, yeah.
Hmm.
He was
Morton
like,
Downey
"That's a
Jr.
little crap."
Yeah.
Anyway, this was a very heavy track. Definitely at that time too. Just talking about how they will believe, and this happening in society today, how they will believe a male story or a female story sometimes too. But, and this is going to sound controversial, there are some females over, like we've seen with the whole Merlin Santana thing. The
Oh
females
yeah.
sometimes would fabricate certain shit, and I'm not saying all females fabricate rape and
But
allegations,
some
but
will
some
will
of
do
them,
that.
Right. Right.
And
some of them,
yeah, and it's funny that you mentioned that too. Like I felt like that girl should have gotten a longer sentence for that. Cause I mean, for
exactly.
her to lie about that and the fact that he got
Hmm.
shot in the head over something that he didn't do, it's like, man,
Right.
really? He had a life ahead of him, and it was just taken away by just over this woman blatantly lying on him.
Yeah.
It's like, how do you live with yourself
Right.
knowing good and well that an innocent man died because you lied on him?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I
I
agree.
never understand that.
Yeah, man. And it's crazy. It's crazy too because I think back to what happened like 2 years ago with the whole Jussie Smollett thing
Oh yeah.
too.
Hmm.
And that, and a lot of people kind of comparing that to the Tawana incident and shit too. So,
Mm.
but Jussie, he just stupid, man.
He screwed himself. He screwed
Hmm.
himself by doing that.
Yeah.
Like shit, it's just anyway. Definitely a very underrated track and whatnot. Very mellow, dark kind of beat from them too. So yeah, I fuck with it.
And then it's like you see, this is still a relevant track. Like you see the stuff that's going on now in society with R. Kelly going to prison and Bill Cosby and Harvey Weinstein, Trevor
Hmm.
Bauer, the baseball player. His case is still pending because allegedly he had a one night stand or an affair with a woman, and she's claiming it was rough, and he's claiming it was consensual. So he's going through his ordeal right now.
Mm.
So it's like we got to look at both sides. Like Tawana Brawley lied, and then you got some other women that do that, but then there's the ones that are telling the truth that want justice, and sometimes they don't get that. And I think this is a very serious song. Unfortunately, like the same things are still going on today in society, and TLC, salute to TLC for bringing that to light. And it was a dope song. I love the beat for it, and the whole storytelling, by T Boz, and it's a great song.
This song definitely is one that stood out to me when I first heard this album years ago. But back then, I was in high school playing this album, but I didn't understand the song then as I do
Yeah.
now. And I feel like it was just as relevant as it was back then as it does now, even more so because we've seen numerous times on the news certain stories about these allegations of women who are mistreated. A lot of times, though, these women are telling the truth, but it feels like their stories aren't being heard on account of a woman lying about her situation. So it's just like you're not too sure what to believe. Is it her story or is the dude's story? And it's kind of like a toss up, so to speak, because you just
Right.
never really know. And going back a lot on it, a lot of cases that we do hear it makes you wonder, like, who is really getting the justice that they rightfully deserve? Is it the woman or is it the guy?
Definitely.
I definitely have to revisit this track. I don't remember the track, but I definitely remember the case back time to Wanna Brawley. I mean, that was on everything back then. You couldn't turn from it. But yeah, it does make you stop and think because it's like when that happens, it just really tears your heart out because there's so many women that are struggling who are telling the truth and can't get their stories heard. And then you have cases like this, which, like you said, are still going on, where it just gives the ones who are telling the truth a bad name. So it's just like, it's hindering progress. So, but yeah, there are some out there who, unfortunately, yeah, they will lie. They will lie. So, but it's still happening. But I remember that case back then. Al Sharpton, Twana Brawley.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to revisit this song, just to look at the lyrics. Yeah.
And I want to ask, like, do you guys feel like the person reporting the case, the woman reporting the case, should be tried just as harsh as the one that's the accuser? I'm like the one that's actually did it. Like if she's lying about it, should she be tried just as harsh as the one that the guy that did the sex crime?
Mm.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, that's
I
hard.
don't know that it would happen, but
Right.
I would say yeah. I don't know that it would happen that way, but yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, if it does if a case does go forward like that, then
Hmm.
it really would have to really rule out whether or not if the woman is telling the same story she did before going to trial or
Right,
not. Because that right there would be a clear indicator of whether or not she's lying.
right.
She was lying from the start or she wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because sometimes if you put a woman on the stand, more than likely, if she was telling the truth from the start and still is telling the truth, she might break down on the stand right then and there.
Right,
And you could not
Definitely.
make up those tears if she started just bawling uncontrollably
right.
because she don't want to relive the trauma that she endured.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Good points on this song right here, y'all. Definitely good points. Um, and it's kind of crazy how what's going on right now with the whole R. Kelly situation too.
Yeah.
So mm.
Right.
Now we're gonna get into intermission two. Is the next track. Probably my least favorite intermission off this album. I'm not gonna lie, and stuff like that. With this intermission, it's pretty much them getting ready to go to a club and stuff like that. And so next thing you know it, I think Left Eye was one calling them saying get to the studio real quick and shit like that because she was working on something. And when next thing you know it, they end up going. Yeah, just pretty much going to the next track. That's what I got from it.
Yeah, I thought it was a funny skit where you got T-Boz arguing with her man about going to the club. She wants to go out
Hmm.
to have some fun, and he doesn't want her to go to the club. He wants to stay at home. And the phone rings, and Left Eye calls and be like, "Yo, you gotta come to the studio." So she tells her man, going to the studio, and he's like, "Nah, you ain't going nowhere. You staying home with me." And I think she slaps him, and then she
Yeah.
takes his keys into the car and just drives off. And again, like that's just it's just, there's a message within even the skit, about not doing what a man tells you to do, and sticking to your own beliefs and doing what you feel is right. That's how I took it.
Definitely.
Yeah, what I got out of the skit is just T-Boz being controlled by her man in the relationship. Pretty much, he just wants her to do everything that he tells her to do, and she's not gonna take it. And she shouldn't. No woman should have to do everything her man tells her to do. She has her own
Right.
mind. She's gonna do what she want to do. If the man can't respect that, then it's his loss.
Definitely.
All right.
Alright. Let's try Bad by Myself. Bad by Myself. Hmm. This one was okay and stuff like that. It was pretty decent. I liked the beat to it. Yeah, it's gonna be alright track. Not really one of my favorites.
I liked it. I think it was had like that New Jack Swing feel to it. Nice beat. You know, you got like the DJ scratching. You got phone ringing sounds in the background. Left Eye had a dope verse. I definitely think it's a banger.
Yeah, I like Bad by Myself because I think it's a song that speaks to a lot of women who've been in situations where they've been in a relationship where they've been controlled by their significant other, and then it just if it comes to a breaking point where it's like I'm gonna leave, I don't need you to be my man, I can do better myself on my own without you.
Man.
Gotta revisit it. Gotta revisit it. But just listening to you talk about it, I love it already. I can do bad by myself. Yes, Lord.
Man.
Love it.
Definitely. I'm gonna go do something downstairs. I'm gonna have y'all just go on without me. I'll catch up and shit.
All right.
Okay.
All right. The next track is Something You Want to Know. It's a ballad with mostly like a Left Eye solo joint. I love
Yeah.
the beat and the pianos. You know, Left Eye just talking about, you know, this was like her I Need Love type of song. It's like her I Need Love moment. And you got Chili singing on the chorus, and you know I always thought Chili had a beautiful voice, and you know you got Left Eye saying each discussion is a little bit colder. Seems to me you giving two of those shoulders. So she's just basically talking about like why her man is not paying her attention, and he's ignoring her, and you know I thought it was a beautiful song. It's something different from Left Eye because she's not really known for love songs, but I think she did her thing on this track.
Mm.
Something You Want to Know is definitely a track that does stand out on this album because you just never really expected Left Eye to be, I guess, be vulnerable on a track like this ever. So it
Right.
definitely is saying a lot to what she can do creatively. Just the fact that
Right.
she's rapping on the entire song by herself, and then Chili sings on the chorus, and we don't hear T-Boz at all in this whole song. It's definitely different, and it's like, yeah, it does. I think it's a song that would speak to women who feel like they're not given the attention that they deserve or feeling loved in their relationships at all. And it's like you kind of want the answer to the question, like, what are we doing? Or have you lost interest in me? Or do you want out of the relationship? Or what?
Yeah.
Just so many questions that seem unanswered that a woman has the right to know.
Right. I agree. I
Okay.
agree. And it was also produced by Daryl Simmons. He also co-produced with Babyface on a lot of this stuff. So it has like that Babyface sound to it, like just like
Yeah.
Baby 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 has that Babyface sound. So when you hear it, people might think, oh, this is Babyface, but it's actually Daryl Simmons that produced it.
Yeah,
Okay.
because that's what I really thought at first.
Yeah, same.
Good. All right.
Mickey, you got any thoughts on the song or no?
I cannot remember the song. I'm going to bust out my cassettes. I didn't get the assignment, y'all.
Right.
But oh man, I love hearing the analysis of it though. So yeah, that's
Yeah.
definitely intriguing. Looking forward to playing it again.
Shit. Something You Want to Know.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Something I don't know.
Again, this song was okay. It's not the best slow jam off this song. That's the next track off this album. But
Mm.
this was a nice little precursor and shit. You know what I'm saying? Who did this one? Dale Simmons did this one. So yeah, it
Hmm.
was alright.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Now, baby, baby, baby.
Yeah.
Oh, this one right here is a classic. Of course, Mr. Babyface touched this one. Um, love this one. This is actually the first song that they've done that did not have Left Eye rapping, but she did rap on the remix of this track too. So, my Left Eye fans, if y'all want to hear a rap, check the remix out. But yeah, this I
I
love
never
the.
heard the remix.
Yeah, I never heard the remix either and shit.
I
So,
gotta
Yeah,
check that.
same.
Okay.
yes, sir. Ironically, this was peaked at number two and right behind End of the Road and shit by Boys to Men. So,
Hmm.
Hmm.
um, yeah, man, this was a very, very, very dope track. Love it.
Yeah, this is a classic, man. Like I love it. I remember seeing the video on Video Soul back in the day on BT, and you know that was so great. Like them on campus and dealing, with their significant others and having a crew in the back with them. And I love the video, and the song is great from Babyface. And they, like I said, like T-Boz and Chili, like they both killed it vocally on the song. I think, like I said, Chili has a beautiful voice, and I think she killed it at the end. And T-Boz started it off well, and it's a great song.
Yeah, Baby 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 is definitely another favorite of mine off their discography as well as this album. Definitely has that Babyface seal of approval. I mean, the man can
Yeah.
produce anything for anyone. That's clearly evident. And I remember watching the video
Hmm.
too. Definitely looked like they were having fun at their little sleepover out
Hmm.
on the campus, college campus.
Yeah.
I mean,
I,
I
I
feel
love
like
it.
it's definitely another timeless song in their career. And yeah, definitely the one song off this album that you don't hear Left Eye Rhyme, but I still gotta hear that remix to this.
Yeah.
Love it. This is probably my favorite. Of course, I'm gonna speak on this one. um, my favorite TLC song. Just nothing but good vibes. Uh, Wonderful memories of this song. Great slow jam. Uh, Light-hearted video. Fun. The production on it, fantastic. Um, it dominated MTV back then. You couldn't turn from it. It was on all the
Yeah.
time. Um, just wonderful. And T-Boz's voice, her voice is so sexy with this.
Yeah.
I mean, just that low. I wish I could get that low when I sing that. Just that low, sultry way she sings and half speaks, whatever. But it's beautiful. I just love her vocals on it. The beat kind of reminds me of another Babyface produced track that came out that same year. You guys remember Damien Dame?
Ooh, yep.
Wow.
Damien Dame, they were hot for a minute.
Hmm.
They were on like Soul Train and a few other shows. They had an album out that same year. They had a track called When It Gets Down to It that Babyface produced.
Right.
This song reminds me of that. It's almost kind of like in that same family. The beat and everything is sexy. And they were kind of like a two-hit wonder, Damien Dame. But this song reminds me so much of that. They both came out around the same time. But great track. Favorite TLC song, hands down.
Yeah.
Definitely. All right. All right. Three more tracks, y'all. Three more tracks. This is how it should be done. Um, this was a funny track, vocally and stuff like that. I like Left Eye's verse, but the part where she like, but I feel it. Grab the beat because I must defeat, so I feel. I did not like that part, but other than that, I feel like the track was definitely a banger. I love the beat. It kind of grew on you a little bit, and of course, Marley Marl did this beat too. I could definitely have seen LL on this probably between Mama Said Knock You Out or 14 Shots to the Dome.
Yeah.
Love the Rakim sample that they had and stuff like that, of course.
Hmm.
Anytime Rakim sampled is always a plus for me. So yeah, man.
Right.
Besides that left eye part, this is a good song. I feel
Yeah, man, it's dope, man. Like to just to have like the legendary Marley Marl, like man produce classics from Kane and from LL and Roxanne Shante, just to have them on a TLC album, just crazy. So, I love the beat and the Rakim sample and Left Eye did her thing on here, her solo joint again. And she says, not knowing I'm soon to be the L of the TLC. Word up, TOBZ. That's T-Boz tossing it up with Chili. We three alike, all small in height. But I'm Left Eye because I'm the eye is
The
right.
eye is right.
Yeah, dope song. One of my favorites on the album.
yeah.
Yeah, I definitely like This Is How It Should Be Done. Just of course, Left Eye doing her thing as always, and in that part where Reg was saying earlier, I think that was her having a silly moment
Right.
on the track. but all that aside, definitely a dope song.
Yeah.
Nothing to add, just a great song.
Definitely. All right, and the last song on this album is "Depend on Myself." I'm not gonna. I'm very excited about the collection and shit, so that's why I'm kind of anticipated and shit. So don't mind me. Um, "Depend on Myself" is definitely a nice way to end off this album. Just a female empowerment song about how females should not really have a man to depend on their character, empower them, and whatnot. Dallas Austin was the best person when it comes to beats like this because I feel like Dallas was the one that really originated the TLC sound and shit like that, in my opinion.
Right. Mhm.
Just based off some of the dope shit that he's done for them over the years. Like he didn't know Scrubs, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I believe
I
so.
thought I thought Shakespeare did that. Was that Dallas Austin?
Let me double check.
Yeah.
It might have been him.
But yeah, he was just the main one that really had their sound on lock, and that's where I feel like when they didn't really use him as much. I think like in the fan mail and the 3D album, it kind of played a part and shit like that. Oh yeah, you're right. That is Shakespeare. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Definitely a very hot joint in my opinion. Love it.
Yeah. A great song to end the album off. Love the beat and the scratching on it, the bass line. I like the part where like when Left Eye came in with her verses, like the beat would switch. I like that part,
Yeah.
and again it was Chili sounded good on the chorus, and it was again one of those women empowerment songs about being your own woman and not letting a guy pay your bills or dictate your life and tell you what to do. Like when you do it for self, you ain't got to worry about no man. You know what I'm saying? It's all about you. And this is be honest, we've seen Destiny's Child with independent woman. It's one of those songs, and it's just a great track.
Yeah, I Can't Depend on Myself is definitely a song that definitely speaks to women. It's just an empowering song to let any woman know that they can be independent, strong, do what they want to do without a man in their lives. And that's what I got out of it, and I know that's a message that is still relevant today because some women don't know or don't think that they can handle things on their own without a man, but they can.
Man.
great song. I'm recalling it now. I haven't heard this in years. I'm surprised it doesn't get more played today. But
Right.
Yeah.
definitely still very relevant. Set the precedent for those female empowerment songs, Destiny's Child. They're really groundbreaking. Everything they did, TLC. in
Right.
hindsight was so groundbreaking, laying the path. But yeah, great way to close out the album. Fantastic lyrics. Again, they were ahead of their time.
Mm-hmm.
Classic.
Yeah.
Depending on myself.
Definitely. All right. And the last song is the conclusion, which pretty much just talks about, it's pretty much like Left Eye just talking about, the true meaning of what TLC stands for and stuff like that. And no, I'm not just talking about the acronyms and stuff like that. I'm just talking about what they saying for like safe sex and stuff like that, and how you just be careful of your body and shit too. You know what I'm saying? So, and what's also dope too is that they used the beat for his story track as like a little reprise and shit, which I felt that was pretty unique.
Yeah. There's just definitely a great way to end the album, and that was always a message, like where to build women up, and for them to protect their bodies and stay safe at that time when we had like all the AIDS awareness stuff going on, and we really didn't understand it back then, that was what they were all about as a group. So great conclusion to the album.
Definitely.
Yeah, I agree that at the conclusion was definitely a great way to end off the album, and the fact that they took the instrumental from his story definitely was something I didn't expect for them to do. And of course, I know their whole purpose of the album was to promote safe sex, and it's still an ongoing thing now because HIV/AIDS is still around and kicking. And I just hope that everyone who did listen to the album got a sense of knowing that protection definitely is the priority. Take all the necessary precautions you can if you are going to be going out having sex. Protect your body, protect your health, protect your partner's health.
Right. All right. That being said, this is a classic album in my hands right here. It's a 5 mic classic. I feel like it has aged very, very, very well. Um, just like the whole message. Like I feel like personally, like this was like their most topical album and stuff like that. Just talking about safe sex, female empowerment, rape and stuff like that. Definitely more than meets the eye. Definitely gives 5 mics. Highly recommended album in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm giving it 5 mics. I think the New Jack Swing production and the R&B melodies were great. They were definitely ahead of their time, and each three members doing something different in a group, and whether they were rapping or singing or it was great. And just spreading awareness with AIDS and for women empowerment, and what they've done for women across the globe, and I love a lot. I love every track on here. Ain't Too Proud to Beg. What About Your Friends? Depend on Myself. This Is How It Should Be Done. Hat to the Back. Every track is great. Definitely a classic in my opinion.
Yeah, I give this album 5 mics as well. I'm surprised not a whole lot of people be talking about this album when it comes to their discography. Because a lot of times when people mention TLC, they always refer back to either Fan Mail or Crazy Sexy Cool, but this is the album that definitely introduced everybody in the whole world to who these three girls were at the time.
Right.
Hmm.
No other female group on the planet having had to endure so much as what they've done.
Right.
But yeah, definitely a lot of the songs on this album, a lot of them that were hits, some that I felt like were underrated that should have been hits as well. Definitely coming from a group who weren't sure that they were going to make it or not, or just become one hit wonders. They definitely proved themselves and to the rest of the world wrong. They ended up selling numerous records, winning so many awards, introduced themselves to the world by their unique style with New Jack Swing, hip hop, and R&B. and every member has had a position into catapult into the superstar group that they are, and they still are to this day.
Yeah.
Every one of these girls was unique. You had T-Bonz with her low raspy voice. You had Left Eye with her raps. Chili who could dance and sing. So they each played an integral part, and they all shined throughout this album.
Yes.
Definitely.
Yes. Even
Alrighty.
though it wasn't technically part of the review, because I didn't get the assignment, but I would give it 5 mics because that album really put them on the map, um, both with their lyrics, their presentation, their style. Um, Very important group at the time. They were part of that shift um, on MTV. You know, when we started seeing more of us. You know, because for a while you didn't. So, but late '80s going into the early '90s, they were definitely part of that shift. Very important. They were getting a lot of rotation, airplay. So that was definitely very important at that time. Some of the first female groups, one of the first female groups at that time, getting that type of attention and notoriety. And the production, top notch, you know, landmark early '90s album. But absolutely for me, timeless. I give it 5 mics.
Oh,
Mm. Alrighty. Moment we've all been waiting for.
Hey!
Eric was
Eric.
good.
Hey!
Salute.
Hey man,
What's up? What's up? How everybody
Good.
doing tonight?
All right, how
Chilling.
you
What's up,
Good.
man?
doing?
How y'all doing? Hey, Big Yellow Rebel.
Mm.
Hey,
Hey,
Ashley. Long
hey,
time no
Good.
see.
yeah,
long time no
yeah.
see, honey. How you doing? I see Miss Ross there. I see Diana. There you
Yes.
go.
All right. Yeah, thank you.
Alrighty.
What's
Alrighty.
up?
So since we all are here, BJ's gonna get off work around 11, and he'll probably slide through later on tonight. So him and Trey can have their long-awaited debate. Alright. So.
Oh yeah, I can't wait for that one. Yeah.
Mhm. Alright. So you know how we always do with the collections. We always have like DVDs, albums, magazines, collectibles you just want to share off and stuff like that. We usually show like 2 items at once and say a couple things and go on to the next person. So it's going to be start with me, then going to Try, then Ash, then Nikki, then Eric. All right, y'all ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's hit
Yeah,
it.
we ready for this one?
Yes. What album shall come to my eyes? What comes to y'all shall be a surprise.
Uh-oh.
I was gonna save this. For later. Let me save this for later because this one's
Aw,
that one's a surprise.
come on now.
Oh man, come on! You got
Okay.
our hopes up for nothing, man.
I
Yeah, start off with a bang.
yes. Well, this one is literally a bang. So this one album is from one of my favorite funk bands of all time. I mean, I always thought his first 4 albums as pre-funk classics, but this one might be my favorite. It's Bootsy's Rubber Band,
Ooh,
Player
Nice.
of the Year,
that is gorgeous.
1978.
All right.
What a dope album. Oh my God. Like, I've always said his first 4 albums with Boosie Rubber Band were classics. Like, his first 2 albums most definitely like Stretching Out and the name is Bootsy. But Player of the Year, showmanship, songwriting wise, it might have some of their best singular songs on this album too.
Right.
Like this was known for singles like Bootzilla. I mean, one of his most signature tracks, Hollywood Squares. But my joint is very yes. Like you asked me for the question is very yes. Like it kind of sounds like that funkadelic track Into You a little bit, but more jazzier and stuff like that. Um this one was released at a time when they were at their peak of their popularity. Like they had the Placebo Syndrome album out. They had also My Name is Boosie was still popular at that time too. Like this one is a very, very, very good album. Unfortunately, this is out of print and it's not on streaming, low key. So
Oh,
that's why I had to actually get this album on vinyl
Right.
and stuff like that because they were selling it for hella expensive, but I got it for like $5 because you know how I do.
wow.
Um, yeah, very very dope album. Must have in your collection.
Wow. That's gorgeous.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, let's hit it. Let's hit the next one. Gonna get a CD this time. Okay, well we talked about this compilation a couple of times. Hip hop wise, it's a classic. Rough Riders Volume One,
Classic.
Ride or Die.
Yes.
Um, very,
Yes.
very, very, very,
Fire.
very deep album. Um, got this at a thrift store for like $1. Yeah, I thought I had this album too, but yeah, it was actually another Rough Riders album, which I would save that for later. Singles albums known for are no Ride or Die, Jay Z Jigga My Nigga, Eve with What You Want, and Down Bottom by with Swiss Beats, Dragon and Juvenile. I mean, this is a classic album in my personal opinion. Released at a time when Rough Riders was just dropping hit after hit after hit. Like I have a lot of Rough Riders albums in this collection, so stay tuned on that. So this is the best compilation to me. Like this one and Volume Two were the best.
Right.
Volume Three was okay. It had a little bit of filler in it.
Yeah.
But
Them
Volume
first two
4
was fire.
Yeah.
yeah, Volume Four sucked. But if I were y'all, just stick to the first volume and stuff. And Volume Three, if you're a deep, hard, die hard Rough Riders fan. All right, take it away, try.
Right. Salute Legions.
I would have took that. I would have took that advice, Reg, but I got the first four one too.
It be like that.
All right. My first one is first, I want to say shout out to Duck Down and Boot Camp Click. I won a contest on their page a couple months ago, and they sent me the Buckshot and P Money album from 2014, autographed by Buckshot also.
Classic.
So shout out to him.
Oh, okay, that's nice right there.
Yeah. Dope album, underground album. It has who's on this? Joey Badass and CJ Fly from the Pro Era. David Dallas, Chelsea Reject. So shout out to Duck Down. My second one is the to me the best musical of 2021. This is In the Heights, the soundtrack. Loved the musical, and I'm not really a big fan of musicals, but Lin-Manuel Miranda, I think the In the Heights was a great musical as well as Hamilton. And yeah, this is the soundtrack. It has songs like Piagua, 96,000, the Benny's Dispatch, and they all rapping. It's all like dope, bars that they kicking in the musical. So shout out to Lin-Manuel.
Okay. Well, two of these albums, shout out to Reg for getting me these. This one, I never expected myself to get this album, but to have it in my collection now definitely is a surprise to me. Vanessa Williams, the Comfort Zone album.
Classic.
Love that one.
Classic
Yes.
album.
Love
Yeah,
it.
that was my surprise.
Dope.
Yes.
I like that.
Yep.
Great album.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, one of her biggest hits is Save the Best for Last. Definitely a timeless song. I remember hearing all the time, and then Kim Wayans did her version of it on The Living Color.
Kiss my ass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you gotta talk about Running Back to You on that one. That song, Running Back to You, oh my god.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Great dancing on that album.
Oh, and another one, another album by an incredible artist that I didn't expect to get as well. Again, shout out to Reg. Sade.
Hey,
Nice.
alright.
Good
Yeah.
album
Yep.
too.
Yeah, my baby. Gonna put her in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame already.
Right?
They need to.
Yes.
They need to. They better give her flowers now.
Definitely.
Yeah, they definitely need to give her flowers while she's still on this earth. Like, come on now.
Yeah.
She deserves it.
Oh, without a doubt. Ooh, so who's next? Is it me?
Yes, you.
Yeah.
All right. Now I know who's got this already, Eric. But this came out. Hey, this came out in July. This is Donna Summer's "Mistaken Identity."
Oh
Jesus.
wow.
Nice.
This originally came out in '91. They put this out on 180-gram yellow vinyl. There's the back.
Wow.
This label, driven by the music, they are doing such a good job with Donna's catalog. They are putting out in October. Wait till you see all the Donna Summer releases that they got coming out. They've really been taking care of her. But this is an album that was not favorably looked upon at the time. Might even call it like a sleeper album for Donna Summer. This is the first bona fide R&B album she did. You know, she had left disco behind. She had done some new wave. You know, she was doing some rock flavored albums, some gospel flavored songs on her album. But she wanted to try her hand at R&B and New Jack Swing a little bit in '91. So it's taking her entirely new and different direction. So while it was not met with critical acclaim, it's a very important album in her catalog. So just gonna take it out real quick. And there's the liner notes. Oh, here we go.
Wow, that's nice.
I never heard that album.
Me neither.
Yeah. She
Wow.
Ooh,
Beautiful.
that's a gold record.
I ain't even opened mine yet to see what the
You
color
know
is.
that?
I ain't even opened mine yet. So.
Man. Yeah, but she had some singles from it. Work That Magic, When Love Cries. I saw her on tour a couple years after this album came out, and she did the one track from here, up-tempo track, Fred Astaire. It was awesome when she did it live, so that was another great track. If you want to catch her in action doing some tracks from this album at that time on YouTube, there is a concert she did that same year in Japan where she does this album and some of her previous hits live, and it's fantastic. So it was good to revisit it. So that's Mistaken Identity. And I do one more for now. This is Tina Turner's Foreign Affair, the reissue that just came out. They put it out on double vinyl, double white vinyl, exclusively through Rhino. And there's a CD box set that's out now. It's got bonus tracks, remixes, B-sides. There's a concert from that tour, the Live in Barcelona, that she did 89, 90 when this came out. But
Nice.
there you go. And it's got a gatefold. I never
Oh,
owned
wow.
this on.
Ooh.
Hello.
Very nice.
There you go. It's that iconic shot. I think Herb Ritz did
There's
that.
some nice ass legs right there.
Right?
Right? Yeah. So I'll just take out one of the discs. It's a double album, and it's on the white one.
Nice, nice.
Real cool. I bought this as a bundle. It's supposed to come with a Tina Turner T-shirt. I haven't got it yet.
Oh, wow.
But that's it. Foreign Affair, 1989. You know, this had the best steamy windows. I Don't Want to Lose You. Let's see, trying to think what else. Look Me in the Heart. Some fantastic songs. So.
Dope.
Tina. All right.
All right.
All right, Eric.
All right. We're going to France now. This is a group that broke up this year. I was crying tears when they broke up because they gave us so many fun memories. I think they would come back in like the future to give us more classical music. Probably one of their best albums And we're going to 2013 with Daft Punk, Random Access Memories.
Oh
Dope album.
man.
I have a hard time choosing between this album and the Discovery album because each of those each of those songs on both of those albums are so classic and so monumental.
Yeah.
Um, you got songs like "The Game of Love," "Within," "Instant Crush." I don't know the dude who's singing in the music video. I think his name is Julian Calabasas. If I'm getting that wrong, somebody correct me.
Mm-hmm.
Lose Yourself to Dance featuring Pharrell. He's not on GQ covers in the music video wearing Little Red Riding Hood dresses and shit, so I can tolerate him. Touch, Get Lucky, Fragments of Time, and the most underrated song on this album is Doing It Right. I wish they had a music video for that. Very it sort of got like a trap beat to it, but I can tolerate it. I can tolerate trap music. It just depends on who do it. And the
Yeah.
last song is Contact. Very monumental album. I think people should save this album for future generations. It's so kids that this is what music sound like. It got a very futuristic feeling to it, and it just gives you a good feeling.
Right.
Love that album. Awesome.
All right, we're going with a pop artist, which I think she's gonna have a monumental career. I just got into her a couple months ago. I've been hearing her music on the radio all the time because you know how the radio is now. They play the same shit over and over again. They don't really play nothing new. This is a very good album in my opinion. And we're going with the artist Dua Lipa with her
That's a good album.
Oh
2020 Future
yeah.
That's a
Nostalgia
good
album
album. Definitely like
released
that.
in
Awesome.
2020.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yes.
very good album. Blue colored vinyl. I would take it out though, but I got my phone and I don't want to have no malfunctions and stuff. So,
Ooh.
Right.
um, you got songs like Future Nostalgia, Cool, Physical, Levitating. Not the remix with the baby. I hate that nigga. I don't like him. Hallucinates, Break My Heart. Good in Bed and Boys Will Be Boys. It sort of give me like 2010s, mid 2010s nostalgia vibes with like artists like Katy Perry,
Hmm.
Lady Gaga, Kesha, artists like
Hmm.
that.
Yeah.
So that's Dua Lipa Future Nostalgia released in 2020.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Who had it on the blue vinyl, Eric? Who
I
had it on
think
the?
Urban
Was it?
Outfitters did.
I was just gonna say. I thought I saw it on a.
It was an Urban.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
That's dope. I actually
and she
don't
got different
mind.
colors for like cassette tapes too, cause I still.
I saw that.
Ah, my bad.
Okay.
I was just gonna say I actually don't mind the baby on the remix. I think he fit with the remix.
Hmm.
All right.
It's
Back to
beautiful.
me.
Nah, I'd rather have the original one. I'm good.
Yeah.
I just like hearing her voice. I just like hearing her voice and how she sings. She's so sexy with it. So I
Right.
I don't want him messing up the track. You
Yeah.
you know you always get one of those monumental songs with a nigga that don't supposed to be on it, and you just wish you could just kick him off the track. We done
Yeah.
had monumental tracks and stuff like that. So I could do without him. I'm glad he's not on the US version, but on the French version, they got him on the remix. So, but the thing about this album is she got different cassettes and stuff, like different colors and stuff. So I've
Right.
been meaning to get those too, but those are Pablo Escobar prices, so I might gotta save
Wow.
up a few coins to get those. So
Shit, I know how you feel about certain remixes and shit. Trust me. Mm. All right. Now we're gonna get into the land of funk. We're gonna go back into the '80s.
Yes.
This is a funk group that you guys are gonna see a couple of times in this collection. This is Zap with Zap 3.
Nice.
Ooh.
This came out in 1983.
Nice.
Um, I'm not gonna lie, I love Zap, but this album was okay.
Hmm.
I mean, it's not as memorable as like some of the other albums, which I'm gonna get into that in a minute, but it did have like that classic song Heartbreaker, and of course I Can Make You Dance, and everyone knows that song.
Right.
Um, this was kind of like a continuation of like Zap 2, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. Very, very dope album. Just not be one of my favorites. Zap 3. Yeah. All right. Okay, so this album, I was not expecting to get this album, but you know what? It was like $3. I was like, eh. It's LOX with Money, Power, Respect.
Mm.
Dope.
This came out in 1998. We've done a review on this a while back ago. This is a dope album. I mean, it's it's a good album. I'm not gonna lie. It's just it has its bad boy jigginess that we all are used to and shit like that. Like, if you think I'm jiggy, uh, that alone
Oh,
just
God.
screams why they went to fucking Rough Riders and shit. Um, but yeah, this is like and shit. Known for things like Money, Power, Respect. You know, we always love Big Papa. The best Biggie tribute. Like, fuck, I'll be missing you. Um,
Wow.
yeah, I mean, it's a history why I hate that song.
Mm.
The backstory is why I hate that song and shit. Fucking bitches from Eastwick. This whole album is just how can I put this? It's a division of what was to come and where they were at in the present. So this is a very, very dope album. I actually forgot I had this in my collection because I have so many albums. So yeah.
Okay. For me, I got 2000. One of the best hip hop albums to come out of 2000. Underrated. I think we got to do a review on this. This is Dead Prez.
Ooh.
Let's Get Free. Yeah. The singles, hip hop. That was a big single. Mind Sex. Police State. Just a dope album. They were always kicking that revolutionary, conscious hip hop that's long forgotten about in this day and age, and I think it's definitely underrated. So that was Dead Prez. I also got just released in July from the Purple One, Prince, Welcome to America, on
Yes.
CD. I haven't even opened it yet, haven't listened to it yet, but a lot of the standout tracks I hear about Stand Up and Be Strong, Same Page, Different Book, Born to Die. So I'm definitely gonna check this out.
Excellent.
Rest in peace to Prince.
Mm, mm.
All right, my next two picks. One of them is from a group that we definitely need to talk about one day, and they're still going strong to this day. Mint Condition's first album, Meant to Be Mint.
Dope.
Yes.
Yeah, some songs on here, Are You Free, Pretty Brown Eyes, Breaking My Heart, Forever in Your Eyes. Those are the songs that are most memorable off this album. And this next one is a remix album that I honestly did not know existed. It's from Boys to Men's remix collection album.
Yes, I got that. Great album.
Yeah. Yeah, I was surprised I was able to cop this too, cause I only paid like $8 for this. Yeah, cause a lot of the songs that remixes from come from Cool High Harmony and their second album. I'll admit some of the remixes on here are definitely good. I like the Vibin' remix. It has
Love that.
Tretch, Craig Mack, Busta Rhymes, and Method Man on here. I like that one.
Mhm.
I like I think there was an unreleased song from the second album called I Remember. I love that
Yeah.
song.
Great.
Um, they got some songs known as the Dallas Austin mix, so such as Under Pressure, Simpin'. They got the acoustic remix of Broken Hearted on here. They even got a Quiet Storm version of Motown Philly. I mean, I can go on and on.
Yeah.
Definitely a dope remix album.
Hmm. I think that was the one that they didn't want Motown to release, Reg.
Uh,
Real?
that one came out in
Yeah.
'95, right, Ash?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
I wonder why.
All right. Let's see. This one I got from gracious member of the vinyl community. He sent me some goodies. It's always nice when we get something for free. So he sent me, and he knows my taste. He sent me an album by Gloria Gaynor with a vinyl buddy of
Oh,
mine.
wow.
This is from Larry the Disco Dude in the VC. And it was an album I wasn't familiar with. This is called I've Got You. And, Gloria Gaynor, I Will Survive. She did that great cover of Never Can Say Goodbye.
Yeah.
Here's the back. Hasn't even been played. Still got the used, but, hasn't been touched. Still got the shrink on it. And haven't played it yet, but I'm already anxious to hear it. I see it was mixed and produced by Tom Moulton. Disco, Tom Moulton's name is synonymous with disco. He produced albums for Grace Jones and some terrific artists at that time. So can't wait to play it. That's my girl, Gloria Gaynor. And I know somebody on the team tonight who probably appreciate that. I got some Streisand for you, tribune. Got some Barbara.
A legend.
That's the legend. There we go with
Nice.
the latest. That is Release Me Volume 2. These are songs from her vault. And we know Barbara, she likes to hold on to that vault. She don't like to release,
Right.
She doesn't release stuff easily. Let's just say that.
Right.
So, but this has been getting some great critical acclaim. She's been doing a lot of promo for this, a lot of interviews. This actually was on the charts not too long ago. I think it's still on the charts. I know she told us some kind of record right now for albums over like decades and stuff.
Right.
I can't remember what it is, but Billboard had made note of it. But she's got Be Aware, which is a song that's timeless. I believe that was that Burt Bacharach? Yeah. It's kind of like about, the social conditions and, just loving one another and being aware of each other's plights, no matter how different we are.
Right.
But she's doing some great songs on here. And, don't you hate it when, like, 5 or 6 different stores put out exclusive vinyl, so you got to go run and get every damn color? I only got one.
You got
one.
But
this was through her website. This is on the white vinyl.
Nice.
And this came out, the cover came out in a series of colors. Every version of this album has a different bonus print.
Wow. That's nice.
And got some thoughts on each song from Streisand herself, some recollections, and some nice photos. So very cool. Streisand Release Me, Volume 2.
Yeah. I like the album cover with the pink background.
Yeah. You can get this. There's like a whole array of colors. I chose the pink, but it's like in green, blue, depending on which retailer you went with. Right. Target has baby pink, Barnes Noble has green, so Spotify had a special version. I think it was on blue.
That's dope.
But there you go.
Nice. Eric? You hear us?
All right, we're going to the G Unit camp. These solo artists had some of the best albums throughout, the whole G Unit era. We're going with an underrated MC in the game. I still think he don't get his credit. This is probably one of his best albums between this one and the second one. I haven't really been paying too much to his later discography, but I always go back to this album and his 2006 album, Rotten Apple, which is an underrated album in my opinion. It didn't really get a lot of promotion. And we going with Lloyd Banks, The Hunger for More,
Great
released
album.
in
Mm.
2004, if I'm not mistaken. Classic album in my opinion. Very good. I don't really hear a lot of people talk about this when it comes to like New York solo albums, from underrated artists and stuff. But
Yeah.
this definitely had a major impact on the game. Definitely was representing G Unit right to its fullest. You got songs like Warrior, On Fire,
Love that.
I'm So Fly, Warrior Part Two, which I really like. Nate Dogg killed their hook. Rest in peace to Nate Dogg. And Southside Story, very good too. If I had to choose between this one and Rotten Apple, I probably have to choose Rotten Apple. It was more grimier in my opinion, but
Yeah.
The Hunger for More still had like that street element to it, mixed with like the commercial tracks and stuff to balance it out.
Yeah.
We're going to Nashville, Cassville, Tennessee for all my niggas down south. This probably one of the best G Unit albums solo wise. I don't know how Red feel about this album, but it's a classic in my opinion. Ain't no bad fucking songs on this album. This shit is fire. I wish Young Buck would get back on to speaking that gangster shit. I don't give a fuck if you get or not, nigga.
You say
You know
Young
what you
Buck.
can do.
Oh
You's a
wow.
perfect MC. Leave all that bullshit at the table and drop them bars. We going with Straight Out of Cashville,
Mm.
Love
Deluxe
that album.
Edition. Fire
Classic.
album in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Probably one of the greatest Southern albums throughout the mid 2000s. You know, every track on here is fucking fire.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a
I agree.
Soldier featuring 50 Cent. Do It Like Me. Let
Fire.
It In. Look at Me Now featuring Mr. Porter. Prices on My Head. Bonafide Hustler.
I love that.
I like Shorty Wanna Ride, but I can't listen to it no more since those allegations came out. Bang Bang got the Kill Bill sample in the movie, which is fucking fire. Down South. It could have been a music video for that. There's like a straight up kick in the door, SWAT team type track.
Right.
Black Gloves, straight up Gangsta Gully type shit. Stump featuring T.I. and Ludacris. I'm sorry, Clifford Harris, you didn't want none of Ludacris on that track. He straight destroyed you. So I'm gonna just say that. Taking Hits and Walk With Me was a perfect way to end the track. Featuring Status Quo. And the bonus track, DPG Unit featuring 50 Cent, Lloyd Banks, Snoop Dogg, Dash Diligent, and Superfly. 5 out of 5 album in my opinion. I don't care what nobody say. This album is
Great
a
album.
classic.
Great album.
Young Buck, Straight Out of Cashville, Deluxe Edition.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know about the Young Buck though, but you know what? I'll let it slide. Fuck it. Yeah. I gotta go to my rock music. Gotta go to my white people. My white people now and shit. Fuck it. But this is actually from my favorite rock group of all time. It's not Led Zeppelin. It's not The Doors. It's not the Beatles. It's Eric Clapton, Ginger Baker, and Jack Bruce.
Okay.
Cream's
All
very first album.
Nice.
right.
Very dope album.
Very cool.
Eric Clapton at his prime, in my opinion. Like, this was the first rock super group. They were known for songs in this album like Spoonful, Sweet Wine, I'm So Glad, Definitely a lot more bluesier, probably the most bluesy album in my opinion, and shit like that.
Right.
Definitely like their most British album. Me personally, I'm more for Wheels of Fire guy, Disraeli Gears, and shit like that. I personally consider Goodbye an EP, but I'm gonna save that for the discussion on that one. But Cream, definitely a rock group that stands the test of time and shit
Yes.
like that. Very, very dope blues rock. This is the Eric Clapton that I like and shit like that. Not that whole shit he did with Babyface, and even though I love Babyface, but yeah, I didn't care for post 1977 Eric Clapton. But
Oh, really? Wow.
yeah, yeah.
You don't like post 77 Clapton, huh?
What? minus the 1989 album he came out with, The Journeyman. It was a
Oh
lot of hit
yeah.
or miss shit to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can dig it. I can dig it.
Alright. I'm gonna get a
That's a
CD
cool.
this too. This might be one of my controversial albums. This is from a group I don't really care for too much, but I like this album, but I don't like a certain member of the group. And I think you guys know where I'm getting at. It's the Black Eyed Peas with Ella Funk.
Oh shit.
Yep,
Classic album.
it is a classic.
Shalimar. Oh, I thought you said Shalimar.
You said what?
He said Shalimar.
Oh hell no, not Shalimar. No. I have a love-hate relationship with Fergie, but this was the
Oh.
album that like I felt like artistically they were at their peak. Because after this album, I don't know what the fuck happened, in my
You
opinion.
don't like Fergie?
To me, this is the thing. I've never really been a big Black Eyed Peas fan and shit like that,
Mm.
but I liked certain songs when they first started out. The inclusion of Fergie made them more poppier,
Mhm.
in my opinion, and I'm cool with that. But once you go from songs like "Where Is the Love" to "My Humps," uh, yeah, yeah. And I remember when the Monkey Business album first came. That was like a big album when it
Mhm.
came out. And shit,
Yeah.
but to me, this one because they still had the soul in this one and shit. This was known for songs like "Where Is the Love," even though I hate Justin Timberlake. This is actually one of the few songs I tolerate him in.
Mm.
Shut Up, Let's Get Retarded, which I do love that fucking track though. Hey Mama. Yeah, they were like really jumping to like a lot of different styles for this album too. Like they had like a dance hall, they had the new metal and shit too, which like I said, I'm more of a first two albums, Black Eyed Peas, but yeah, fuck Dilated Peoples and shit. But yeah, this album to me,
Man.
I'm definitely going to review this album one day, but way down the line. That's gonna be
You don't like the
yeah.
Energy Never Dies album?
That
You
was
said
great.
what?
You don't like the Energy Never Dies album?
That one came out in 2009, right? With that Jewish song with the Mazel Tov.
What?
You
What
mean
Jewish song?
I got a feeling that
I Got a
song.
Feeling?
Yeah, when they're like Mazel Tov.
What the
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
my shit, fool. That shit's fire.
I'm not gonna lie. That album grew on me.
I grew up on that, man. That's my middle school,
That's
high
a great
school
album.
days right there.
Yeah,
That
it,
album dropped when I was in high school.
Yeah.
yeah. It's way better than Monkey Business, but
Wow.
I have to re-listen to that. But it did grow on me in recent years. But like I said, it's not touching the first two. And check out some of the shit they did when they were at Ruthless Records too. Like Easy really did almost put them on too and shit. Niggas forget about that.
Right. Oh man. Okay. Speaking of rock, I got one of my favorite alternative rock bands ever
Oh
from
yes.
from 2000. It's not who you think, Reg. From 2002, it's the Foo Fighters, One by One.
Yeah.
Love this album. Classic album. They had big hits like Low and Times Like These. Um, All My Life was a huge hit for them. Definitely, I'm a Foo Fighters fan. I love the Foo Fighters. So I had to definitely get this. This is the enhanced version too, because the enhanced CD, you can put it in your computer and it plays like I think they have a documentary about the album and videos and stuff. So this is the enhanced version for the album. And my other pick is one of the best to me underrated R&B singers, blue-eyed soul R&B singers of this era right now, Robin Thicke. His new album, On Heaven and in Earth,
Oh wow.
and it has a song by Pharrell, Take Me Higher, produced by Pharrell and the Neptunes, and Lucky Star, great ballad, and Lola Mia. So yeah, this dropped this year, definitely a banger.
Mm.
Cool. Nice.
All right, my next two picks are Kenny Lattimore's first album.
Great album.
Yeah, yeah, of course. His first single, "Never Too Busy," is on here, and "For You." I know that song get played a lot at weddings, and
Hmm.
you know, definitely, definitely a good album. And the next one I have is Destiny's Child, "Destiny Fulfilled."
Yes.
Dope.
Good
Yep.
one.
Yeah, I've been wanting to get my hands on this album for a minute. Of
Yes.
course, it has songs such as "Lose My Breath," "Soldier" featuring T.I. and Lil Wayne, "Cater to You," "T-Shirt," "Girl." I mean, so many incredible and timeless songs. I mean, anyone who loves Destiny's Child definitely, definitely should get this album.
Love that album. Yes. I do one more. Do one more. And it'll count as two because it's a double LP.
Okay.
So I was in Walmart shopping for cat food. Why did I go down the vinyl aisle? And they had this is
Oh
the
wow.
Now, everybody
Ooh.
knows the Now series.
Oh,
I remember that.
That's what I call a decade, 1980s.
Dope.
Now this one was, of course, this one was just under $30. Knowing Walmart and how quickly their stuff goes out of print, 2 weeks from now this will be $100.
Yep.
I'm sure
mm,
on eBay. So this is, nothing groundbreaking.
Yeah,
It's running.
Discog prices.
And it's crazy, right? It's crazy. It's crazy. So, but like they put stuff out for a hot minute, and then you can't find it anymore. But this is on pink and yellow vinyl.
Nice.
This one is pink. This two is yellow, and it's got for the most part what I would call like run of the mill '80s stuff you can hear on the radio at any given time.
Right.
Toto's Africa, uh,
Classic.
Aha, Take on Me, Billy Idol, Rebel Yell,
Love that.
Tears for Fears, Shout. But it's got some Eurythmics, Sweet Dreams. But what called me to this was I like the presentation, and I'm a sucker for presentation.
Yeah.
The bright colors,
Hmm.
the colored vinyl, and there's a couple of tracks where they kind of use like extended versions or remix versions. So I said, okay, I get it for that.
Right.
They've got the 7-inch edit of George Michael's Monkey, which is a lot better
Nice.
than the album version
Right.
that
Right.
you tend to hear on the
Mm.
radio. So that opens the album. They have the 12-inch version of Simple Minds, Don't You Forget About Me,
Love
which
that.
unless you own the original 12-inch when it came out, it's hard to find. So I'm surprised that it kind of showed up on here.
Yeah.
So, but it's got some great stuff. Daryl Hall, John Oates, I Can't Go For That, Wayne Chung,
Classic.
In Excess, The Bangles, Rick Springfield, Duran Duran, The Clash. So, 80s in a nutshell, if you had to take like some of the biggest hit makers of the 80s and put them into a 12 set, that's what this is.
Right.
Nice presentation, great collection, and it's just fun to have.
Oh
Just
yeah.
something you just want to drop the needle on and go
Right.
out, go do some housework. you
Right.
know,
True. True.
it's a fun album for that.
That's great.
Definitely.
I like that.
Hey, hey. All right, all right,
All right.
Eric.
Eric, you got your mic off.
All right, y'all did album review on this classic album, in my opinion. I think this artist is very underrated. His work with CNN, definitely legendary. I definitely do need to get that War Report vinyl before it go up and be kilo prices. We go on with 1998 Noriega NRE album,
Nice. Nice.
classic album in
Nice.
my opinion.
Definitely.
Niggas
Nice.
be sleeping on Nori, man, but you got fire tracks like Banned from TV.
Hmm.
I think Cameron was very underrated on the track. He killed it. He had to come out, after that monumental album, Confessions of Fire, just to show him he wasn't just a one hit wonder.
Right.
NRE, monumental track. I remember the first time I ever listened to that song, it was on the Grand Theft Auto Liberty City Stories video game. Very fun memories. Head, very underrated track in my opinion. I know Reds don't like that track like that. I wish it had a music video for it. I could definitely see Noriega putting some of his comedic side, like with the raps he was spitting,
Right.
in the music video. Fiesta featuring Kid Capri. I could have seen that as a music video too. 40 Island featuring the King, the Godfather of Mafioso rap, Fuji Rap, and Mussolini. I don't know if Mussolini ever came out with an album, but
No,
if he did, it would have been fire, a classic in my opinion.
they ain't come up.
Um, Super Thug featuring Pharrell and The Body in the Trunk featuring Nasty Nas. You know, he does has 20 tracks to go up against a versus, so fuck you,
Definitely.
Memphis Bleak, for that. And The Assignment featuring Busta Rhymes, Spliff Star, and Murder Mace. But yeah, overall, classic album in my opinion. Probably one of the best albums of all time.
Oh yeah.
You lost Eric. But yeah, dope collection so far, everybody. Vinyl said the first two Street Fighter albums were the best.
Yes,
Which one?
they were great. Those two were great too.
Oh,
Yo,
I'm back. Memphis Bleak tried to cut me off, so I had to get back on it, niggas. I'm sorry about that. But overall, I was just
Yeah.
saying, it was a monumental album. You know, one
Yeah.
of the best albums between that and Capital Punishment from 1998 from the late great Big Pun. You know, just a monumental year for hip hop. In the year '98, niggas was still going back to that street essence of making classic street records and stuff. It wasn't just about that Sonny Shoot era and shit. So
Right.
NRE Noriega released in 1998. Now this artist pissed me off in that verses we just seen. Reg remember the classic verses between Ja Rule and Fat Joe the Gangster. This album is probably one of his best albums in my opinion. I go back and forth between Jealous One, Envy, and this one. He didn't play no songs off this album, if I'm not mistaken. And it's such a shame that he didn't play none of these monumental tracks off this album. And we're going with Fat Joe, Don Cartagena,
Classic.
fire
Classic
album in
album.
my opinion. Listen to these. Listen to these tracks, y'all. He could have played. The Crack Attack. He didn't play that. Find Out featuring Armageddon. Like the instrumental would just have your head knocking. He played Don Cartagena. Um, John Blaze he played. I wish he could have brought somebody out for that, either Nas or Jadakiss or maybe even Raekwon the Chef. That gangster shit. He didn't play that. He played those trash ass 2000 songs. He didn't play that fire ass track. The Hidden Hand featuring the Terror Squad. Good Times featuring Lazy Bone and Crazy Bone, and Terror Squadrons featuring the Terror Squad again. Overall, classic album. Fat Joe, you disappointed me. You didn't play none of your fire ass tracks from your classic albums. You up there playing trash ass wannabe Ja Rule type tracks, and you weren't playing that heat. Man, let me just get off this shit, man. Fat Joe, the gangster, Don Cartagena, released in 19. I think this came out in 99. No, this came out in 98. Let me get off him before I say something else.
Wow.
Jesus Christ, man.
oh my god.
shit, y'all funny as fuck. Shit.
Y'all don't know the pain that me, Red, and Try had to go through, man. Like, I thought this verse was gonna be something. Like,
Right.
this shit was just, I don't know. Let me stop talking about it.
It was horrendous.
Yeah.
Shit. Anyway, back to some good music. This was a classic movie from the 70s that starred Julia and Mufasa, if y'all know what I'm talking about. The soundtrack was made by one of the greatest soul sing artists of all time. And of course, I'm talking about Gladys Knight and the Pips with Claudine.
Oh yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Oh,
Finally
wow.
got
Love
my
it.
hands on this one. Curtis
Oh,
Mayfield.
Oh yes.
beautiful right there.
Yeah, Curtis Mayfield, man. Like, come on. Some of his best work in the '70s and shit. This was known for classic songs like "The Makings of You," which, of course, everyone has covered that track. Of course, Monica covered that one for the "All Eyes on Me" album from '06.
Mm-hmm.
The "On and On" joint, the Claudine theme. I haven't seen the movie Claudine in years and shit like that. I think it's on YouTube.
Man.
If not YouTube, I know Tubi TV got it and shit, but definitely a very, very, very dope album. One of their best albums, in my opinion.
Yes.
Buddha Records,
Absolutely.
I should know about that.
Every song is a gem on that.
Oh, yes.
Love
Shout out to Eric for this one. Finally got my hands on this one.
it. Was that
Sheila
Sheila
E.
E?
Yes,
Yeah.
her third self-titled album. Very dope, underrated album, in my opinion. This one came out in 1987. She did pretty much. She and David Z pretty much did all the production and stuff like that. This was known for songs like "Hold Me," "One Day I'm Gonna Make You Mine." Definitely had a more R&B sound compared to like the first two albums and shit. Too, Try Might Like this album don't have like no kind of yellow shit. You know what I'm saying? Definitely a very, very, very dope album. I would love for this album to be more recognized these days, but it is what it is.
Cool. Very
Yeah.
nice.
Have you heard the album yet?
Oh yeah, the album's
Oh,
dope.
it's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Shout out to Reg for this one. This is an underrated West Coast MC. He dropped a classic album, in my opinion, in 1996. Rascast, Soul on Ice on vinyl. I'm assuming this is the promo copy because it don't have the regular album cover. But yeah, like Soul on Ice and Miami Life, those are like some of my favorite tracks on here. Definitely a classic album. We gotta definitely talk about this album.
Oh, October 14th. It's
Yeah.
possibly 90% on the way. 90%.
Okay. And I picked this up on a record store day. Was it back in April? I think it was May. This is Prince, The Truth, on vinyl.
Mm.
You lucky
Yes.
bastard.
Yeah,
Very
Yeah.
nice.
classic. I haven't opened both Prince albums, so I gotta.
Wow, you son of a bitch. You actually got that.
Yes. And it was still available because I went on the website to order like the Slum Village album, and it was something else. It was the Freddie Gibbs and Alchemist album, and they were sold out, and they had this remaining. So I'm like, yo, I gotta get this Prince album. So I was happy to get this one. Yeah.
Wow. Very nice.
Yeah, I'm glad you got that. I went to a scavenger hunt trying to get the Donna Summer vinyl too.
Yeah.
What? For which one? For which one, Eric?
The blue and red colored one. The one that I don't know if you got it though. It's the reissued one. Oh, Bad Girl. They
Bad
dimmed the
Girls.
the cover of it. It ain't like the original one from '79. It's like darker.
Yeah, it's
Right.
glossier and darker. But yeah, I found it on record store day. I had to go across town, but yeah, I didn't find it. But yeah, I got it. It's still pretty though.
Shit, y'all over here finding gems on record store day. I'm over here finding Peace out, peace out.
You know, next month. Sorry to put a break or a pause in the middle of the flow, but record store day, you ain't seen nothing because the UK has something in addition to record store day coming up in October called National Album Day, and the releases for that are unbelievable. The pre-orders are selling out already for a lot of that stuff. Like Nina Simone and who else? Mariah Carey. There's so much stuff coming out,
Right.
and it's just it makes my head hurt.
Mm.
There's so much stuff coming out between now and next month and really November, and it's I'm telling you.
Dope.
National Album Day. We don't do it over here, but you can still access a lot of that stuff. You order imports and stuff. Eric. Because they got a Donna Summer special for National Album Day. You better be on it, Eric.
Yeah, I already got my pre-order for I'm a Rainbow Deluxe Edition paid off, so I'm just waiting for my colored vinyl to get to me.
Okay. Did you do it for the blue version? The blue one? Or the clear? I know the clear, yeah. It's coming out in 2 versions.
Our next one is Christina Aguilera's Strip.
Classic.
Yeah,
Classic album.
yeah, I've been wanting to get my hands on this one for years. Thankfully, I was able to get it.
Very nice.
For anyone who knows some of her songs, I know a lot of stuff were hits like Fighter, Beautiful, and Dirty featuring featuring Redman.
Dope.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And the next one is John B's Cool Relax.
Great album.
Yep.
I love that.
Yep. Of course, everybody knows his song "They Don't Know," and I know he did "Are You Still Down with Tupac?" That's on here too.
Yeah.
And I Do What You Say, Boo. That's another hit of his as well.
All right. I give it over to Eric. I've run out of my stash for the night. So.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to the Dirty South, ATL. This artist is a legend in my opinion when it comes to like the trap music genre and him having his own lane, having his own style that most of these dudes been trying to copy over the past couple of years. I think he's at the end of his career. He done did everything, done said everything, and done talked about everything in my opinion. And we're going with his first album. We're going with Future, with his Pluto album released in 2012, if I'm not mistaken. I think this was after his Dirty Sprite mixtape. He just came on the scene and just built off the momentum of his mixtape circuit. You got fire albums like, Dirty Sprite 2, which is probably one of his best albums in my opinion. On the Future and Hendrix trilogy. Even though that was supposed to be a double disc, he put those out as individual albums. But with this album, you got fire tracks like Parachute featuring Mr. Hide Your Kids, R. Kelly, Stay Up Nigga, Astronaut Chick. I could have seen that as a music video, very fire. Magic, the remix featuring Clifford Harris, aka T.I. Untripping featuring Juicy J. Tony Montana, classic track in my opinion, very monumental track when he hit the streets. Featuring the waffle color poppy himself, Drake. Same damn time. That track reminds me of something like Waka Flocka would have did, probably on his Flockavelli album. Homicide featuring Snoop D-O-double-G, Snoop Dogg, the OG. Shout out to Snoop Dogg. You Deserve It, and your monumental track he was giving to his baby mama, Sierra, Turn On the Lights. Classic album in my opinion. I don't really hear a lot of people talk about this album throughout his discography, but the 10-year anniversary is coming up for it next year. I hope they do something with it. Give it like another reissue with like maybe some bonus tracks and remixes and stuff. But yeah, this is Future Pluto, released in 2012. All right, we got a Record Store Day exclusive. I was glad to get this album. We stand with Future. Very solid album in my opinion. We're going with his Evolve album, released in 2015. Fire album in my opinion. It's not touching Dirty Sprite 2, but it's kind of in the middle. between those and the Future and Hendrix albums. Um, it's a translucent red and black smoke colored vinyl.
Ooh,
I haven't, sorry
nice.
about that. I haven't opened it yet, but I will play it, record it for my channel and stuff. But you got tracks like Maybach, Zanny Family, Little Haiti Baby. Every nigga that ever listened to that song thought they were Haitian when they came out. It's either between this song and Stick Talk when it first came out. Everybody was throwing up Haitian flags and shit. Sa Passe, everybody was Haitian and shit. So you got extra tracks like Photocopy, Seven Rings, Lie to Me. The Monumental track featuring The Weeknd, Low Life. My favorite song off the album is Program, which was on his Purple Rain mixtape, I think, which came out in like 2014, if I'm not mistaken. Between that time, Future was going crazy. His mixtapes, bringing monumental tracks to like albums and stuff. So this is Future Evolve, released in 2015.
Nice. Nice.
Okay. All right. These are some DC albums that I got. By the way, the Fresh Cream album came from when I was at DC too. This is a single that I have right here. Y'all know I'm not really that big on collecting singles like that unless it has a remix I like. And this is a Keith Murray Get Lifted single.
Fire.
This came out in 1994. Now, I'm not a big fan of this song like that. I mostly got this for the Eric Summer remix. It used the Teddy Pendergrass sample, Close the Door, and stuff like that. Also has a song called Pay Per View. Pretty solid track right here too. So yeah, man. Definitely I have to get Most Beautiful Thing in the World. I used to have the album. I can't find it. Now this album, oh god, this is an early hip hop classic right here. I mean, this is actually the re-release version of this album. They just dropped the re-release this year. It's Just Ice, Back to the Old School.
Nice.
Wow.
One of the best hip hop albums ever. This album right here was groundbreaking at the time. I mean, it is vulgarity.
I got the
It
puzzle.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah,
I got the puzzle.
yes.
Oh,
Yes, you show me
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
It's the production by DMX, the original DMX, not Rough Riders, the human beatbox, the original human beatbox. And Matronics, definitely revolutionary at that time. Definitely talked about Just Ice when we did the Cool and Deadly and the Desolate one, which those ones were produced by Keras One, which I'm not gonna lie, I like those albums, but to me, this one right here was his definite classic and shit. Like this album was known for songs like Latoya, which to me, his version of Dougie Fresh and Slick Rick's Lottie Dottie. This girl is a slut. Like, I mean, unfortunately, that song is not on this album, which sucks. But especially it doesn't have Cole Getting Dumb 2, which that is interesting story with that track. He actually got into a beef with Curtis Blow actually back in the day, because I think Curtis had a song where he was making fun of Just Ice's style, and Just Ice came out with this track right here, Cole Getting Dumb 2, and he just destroyed Curtis Blow. Like, he had lines where he said, "You know, I'm scheming now, it will be seeming. First you played basketball, now you're daydreaming. What does it take to correct a mistake? Point blank, you can't rhyme. Those are the breaks." I mean, this fire battle rap at that time too. I definitely have to get the CD one day because I mostly just got this album just for those songs. But other than that, this is a hip hop classic. This was like some of the earliest days of hardcore gangster rap. And he was also a 5%er too. So yeah, man. Just Ice, Back to the Old School, 1986.
Oh. That's it.
Yeah, I already showed my two.
All right, I got some CD singles. a couple of CD singles that I got a few months ago. This is Puff Daddy and Biggie, the Victory maxi single. It doesn't have the Victory remix that's on this maxi single, but it has the remix for Been Around the World with Mason Cole Thomas. You know, they did I love that remix. They did like a whole video with like they're like wearing like baby blue in that video, and
Yeah.
so that's on the single. I have the Usher My Way single with the remix as well as on here. From My Way, the Locks, Money, Power, and Respect. 112 featuring Mace, Love Me from the second album. Mace, Looking at Me from Harlem World.
Fire.
Yes, definitely. Puff Daddy and the Family, the Benjamins, maxi single, and Busta Rhymes. What's It Gonna Be? Enhanced CD with the Tear the Roof Off video. Yeah.
Okay. My next CDs, one of them is from I guess you consider like a blue-eyed soul pop artist that came out in like 2004. Jesse McCartney's Beautiful Soul album.
Oh, dope.
Yeah. Yeah, of course the title track was a single of his. Other stuff he's done, I know She's No You was very popular. I know Get Your Shine On was in the one of those Kim Possible movies during the early 2000s, and I know it was also in the movie Fat Albert. Yeah. Yeah, and another song that was had some radio play at some point is Because You Live, and that was in another Disney movie, The Princess Diaries 2 Royal Engagement. But yeah, Jesse McCartney's Beautiful Soul. And the next two are albums that I've been wanting to get my hands on for a very long time. We mentioned this producer a couple of times tonight. The one and only Babyface's Tender Lover album.
Yes. Yes.
And For the Cool in
You. Nice. Yeah. Classic album.
Yep. Yeah, I've been wanting to get my hands on these for a very long time, and finally got it. We should definitely talk about these one day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert. I got one of those albums in my collection too.
Which one? Tender Lover or For the Cool in You?
I've been had Tender Lover, but I got For the Cool in You in this collection too, just to let you know.
Oh,
nice.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Nice. I'm going to turn it over to you, Eric.
All right, we're going with possibly one of the greatest female hip hop groups of all time. I don't think any group has came. I don't think nobody has ever been on their level, album wise, and definitely with them being a group. We're going with Salt and Pepper, Hot, Cool, Vicious.
Classic.
Released in 1986, if I'm not mistaken. Classic album, in my opinion. Especially like during the especially for like the 80s, you wouldn't have a lot of female, rappers, especially like three girls being in a group and just gelling together and just coming together as a group to give us classic music. I mean, you got tracks like Push It, everybody knows that. That's in every Geico commercial. Them dancing on the grass and just pushing it real good and stuff. Tramp. I think one of these diss track. I think one of these tracks was like an aim at JJ Fad, if I'm not mistaken. Because the first time I listened to this album, I was like, they talking about JJ Fad, because I don't see any other hip hop female girl group that they could be talking about, especially during that time. Because the Supersonic album came out in '88, and this came out in '86, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't know if they had a beef before then.
Right.
So that's just my opinion. I Take Your Man, which was sampled by Mid X from the No Limit Count, very underrated artist in my opinion. You got extra tracks like I Desire and the monumental track, The Showstopper, in my opinion. Dissing MC Ricky D and Dougie Fresh. They definitely did their job on that track. They was definitely bringing the comedic side to them, but definitely being serious at the same time. And the last track, My Mic Sounds Nice, definitely breaking the hip hop essence, for like a B girl standpoint and just bringing it to them. Overall, classic album in my opinion. Salt and Pepper, Hot Cold Vicious.
Great album.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're leaving the East Coast and going to the West Coast. This album I've been trying to get for a long time. It was definitely Coke prices on like eBay and Discogs. I got it for like a really decent price. I wish Roots Records did more with this group. I think they could have had more albums out besides them just being all about, the niggas with attitude and definitely being about fuck the police and stuff. I definitely think they could have had like a balance with the street side of the music and like the commercial side with the, artists and like the albums and stuff. And we're going with JJ Fad, Supersonic, the album,
Nice,
Ooh.
released in
nice.
1988.
Yes.
An underrated album, in my opinion. You got monumental tracks like Supersonic, Blame It on the Music, In the Mix, Let's Get Hype. Now, really, Time to Get Stupid, and Is It Love, in my opinion.
Oh my
And
God.
this how black women should look right about now. Just beautiful,
Mm-hmm.
natural,
Right.
just got that high skin tone, not out here just looking like love and hip hop bitches, just looking beautiful and sexy and stuff. But an
Definitely.
underrated album, in my opinion. Like I said, I wish they did more with this group because this is the only classic album, in my
That's
opinion. That other album they made in 1990, I was not really feeling. I think that if Dr. Dre worked with them a little bit more, they would have had like more momentum and like a bigger legacy when it comes to like female hip hop groups and stuff.
Right.
man, that's so many memories, man. Supersonic, the first cassette single I ever bought. Man, it was on. It was everywhere. Dance clubs,
Right.
MTV. Their style was great. Loved it. Oh my God, I still have never heard a rapper, at least not a female, rap as fast as she could. That was great.
Mm-hmm.
Love it. Supersonic. My God, great album. Oh no, we losing him. Losing him.
He's gonna be on this way. Alright. Shit. Yeah, he already. Okay, there you go. You're back. Well, I guess he already showed his album. Alright. So
Yeah, sorry about that. You know how StreamYard.
yeah. Shit. Alright. I'm gonna show mine right now. This one right here is a rarity. This is Diana Ross with her second album, Everything Is Everything.
Yes. Woo.
This came out in 1970.
Good one.
They pretty much rushed this album after the self-titled album, in my opinion. This album's okay. It was a bit more poppy because the first album was more like Broadway soul. Ashford and Simpson, unfortunately, were not on this album. They had Hal Davis and Deke Richards, and they had like a more poppier. Cause I didn't really listen to the whole album. I just skimmed through it because this was pretty much like a blind buy.
Right.
Um, this was known for songs like "I'm Still Waiting," "My Place." She did a cover of the Beatles' "Come Together," a cover of Aretha Franklin's "Call Me." I mean, like a lot more cover records on this one and shit. But yeah,
Hmm.
this one was okay. I might have to re-listen to this one. Then we're gonna get into Zap 2,
Okay.
1982. This came out. A very, very, very good album. This album to me was a nice successor after the first album. This is when they really was starting to get popular. This is when they had songs like "Do What Diddy," "A Touch of Jazz," playing kind of rough and shit like that. I mean, this is at the time when originally this it kind of was going through some friction with George Clinton, because you guys should know that originally George Clinton was supposed to put Zap on, but at that time he was going through some money issues, and so Roger Troutman kind of signed another deal with Warner Brothers Records, and that kind of caused some friction between George Clinton and Roger Troutman a little bit. And so this album came out right after his first album, like the Many Faces of Roger and shit like that too, which that's another classic album too. Yeah, a must have in your collection.
I got one more thing to show. It's not an album because I got one album that still hasn't came in the mail yet. So I got a collectible to show. I won this collectible a couple weeks ago from shout out to the homie Nostalgic on Instagram. If you're on Instagram, follow his podcast Slick Ballhead Rapcast on Instagram. We do dope discussions over there on a weekly basis. That's the homie from Chicago, and he sent me the ODB action figure. Y'all can see this.
Oh wow.
Yeah, this is like comes in the album cover and everything. And yeah, it's there's a website super7.com, and they sell nostalgic action figures like Wu-Tang Clan, Run DMC, Star Trek characters. So this is like what I won from the contest. So shout out to Wu-Tang Clan, and rest in peace ODB.
Nice.
Wu Tang action figure.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. My last 5 albums are all from the same R&B group. I feel like it's another group that we should definitely talk about one day. And this group is none other than After 7.
Yes. Dope album.
Yeah.
Very classic album.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You have songs like Can't Stop, Ready or Not. I mean, what's not to say about this one? I also had their album Taking My Time.
Nice.
Classic, in my opinion.
Yep. Yeah, their song Baby I'm For Real / Natural High, I mean, that's definitely a classic song there. Next one I have is Reflections.
It's dope.
Songs like Till You Do Me Right and you know. This one is the only compilation album of theirs that I have.
Okay.
Dope.
Yeah, their rendition of Hall & Oates' Sarah's Smile is on here.
Classic.
Yep.
I love that version.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Other songs that I've mentioned like Can't Stop, Ready or Not, Heat of the Moment, Taking My Time,
Nice.
Till You Do Me Right, and Nights Like This from the 5 Heartbeat soundtrack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that.
Yep. And I have their latest album, Unfinished Business.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, this is the first album that they did ever since Melvin Edmonds passed away 2 years ago. So yeah, rest in peace to Melvin Edmonds.
Yes.
And
Sir.
the only album I don't have of After Sevens is Timeless, and that came out in 2016.
Right.
And that happened to have been the last album that Melvin was on. And I know his son Jason was on that album too.
Very cool. I guess I got one more thing I can show. It's not vinyl or anything, but I'm gonna be in my next video showing some merchandise. I love to collect merch as well as vinyl stuff. I just got this from David Bowie Official, his web store, and it's David Bowie. Whoop, turntable slip mats.
Ooh,
Nice.
Oh
Wow.
You
wow.
get a pack of three. So here's one. This is the one I just yanked off my turntable just now. Here's one. Nice felt, and they're double sided. They're reversible.
Nice. I
Here we
like that one.
and they had a sale on Labor Day on the David Bowie official store. That's from his Low album cover, 1977. Okay, there you go. There's another one.
Nice. Nice.
nice.
Oh yeah,
I
this is
like
one
that.
of several David Bowie, collectibles merchandise I bought. I'll be featuring more. Again, I've got a video coming up, but be featuring it. I just love stuff like that, and I did need a turntable slip mat, so hey, got three reversible ones. Can't beat it,
Oh,
and that's on the Vision Support.
Dope shit, y'all. You got some more, bro?
All right, we're gonna be going to Japan for these couple of extra vinyls right here.
All right.
Um, yeah, I've been collecting more Japanese vinyls lately with the Obi strip. I've been trying to build my Japanese collection, but you know how the Japanese do with their vinyls. Might be low costing, but the shipping prices are gonna be astronomical and shit. So,
Yes,
Right.
yes,
we're
yes.
going with a legend, Diana Ross, in my opinion. This album is very monumental. It's very underrated, in my opinion. Michael Jackson did one of the songs for this album. It was going with her 1982 underrated album, in my opinion, Silk Electric.
Yes,
Dope
nice.
album.
Nice.
love it.
I don't know if y'all can see the little overstrip and stuff.
It's beautiful. Yes, I can see it.
Yeah, I've been trying to collect more Japanese vinyls and stuff with like the
Hmm.
overstrip on it because I think it brings out, like the vinyl cover and stuff. And plus, with Japanese pressings, I really don't have no problems with them. I wish the U.S. could learn from the Japanese, especially when they press their vinyls. I'm tired of getting new vinyls. Damn well they be new, then they constantly skip and stuff. So it really pisses me off when you get like U.S. pressings and stuff from different countries,
Hmm.
and and it's gonna work right, but you can't even get like different pressings in your country that you pay good money for to work right.
Hmm.
It really pisses me off. But besides
Right.
that, you got tracks like Muscles, which was written by Michael Jackson. Still in Love. The Turn Me Over interlude, that was very genius of her to do. I never seen anybody do an interlude like that. Who? I wish they had a music video for it. It could have been very monumental for this album. In Your Arms, very good too. Anywhere You Run To, this song could have been for probably an artist like Irene Cara, in my
Yes,
opinion, another underrated artist from the 80s, in my opinion, who definitely
love it.
didn't get, her just due. She was Grammy nominated. Her career was cut short, due to
Yeah.
like controversy with her record label. I think she's a rock and roll Hall of Famer, in my opinion. I really wish people would pay attention to, her discography and stuff. But
Hmm. She's still out there though. She's still out there
yeah, I
doing
just
it.
picked up a couple more of her albums and stuff. So
I love
I
it.
wish people would give her a play too. But yeah,
Hmm.
this is Diana Ross, Silk Electric, released in 1982.
Really
Nice,
dope album.
nice.
All right, I got another Japanese vinyl. We're going with the late great Donna Summer. This album is very underrated in my opinion. It just celebrated its 40-year anniversary last year. Um, and we're going with The Wanderer,
All
released in
right.
1980.
Oh,
Underrated album in my opinion. This was the time when Donna Summer was going away from the Casablanca label. She went with Griffin Records. This was the first album she put out. You got tracks like Looking Up, Breakdown. I could have seen that as a music video, very monumental. Grand Illusion. When you listen to like the beat and instrumental, you would think it was like Scott Hall's like WWF intro music is very monumental.
Yeah.
You sure to get like those Miami Vice type vibes with this track.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Running for cover, cold love, very
Yes.
good mixture of voice and the rock and roll element. Nightlife, I could have seen that as a music video too. And
Absolutely.
I believe in Jesus was like a perfect way to showcase her, belief in the Lord and just showcasing her skills as a beautiful artist and as a singer.
Mm-hmm.
Overall, underrated album in my opinion. I'm glad it's getting a repressing. I got the black and pink colored vinyl, but I'm just waiting for it to come in and stuff. You know how pre-artists be. They take all year to bring your
Right.
pre-artists and stuff, but I can wait.
Right.
Oh, oh, beautiful.
All right. Hey, bro, just out of curiosity, how many albums you got left there?
I got like 7 left.
All right, bet. Yeah, cause I got damn, I got a lot left. I'm just gonna run by. I'm still gonna do two. Then after you finish yours, I'm just gonna run by mine real quick and shit. Damn. Wow. I thought y'all gonna have like hella albums after mine.
Okay, it's cool.
Shit, anyway, now this is the technically the first final I picked up. I got a question for y'all.
Yeah.
What does Busta Rhymes, No Doubt, and Lou Ross have in common?
Mm.
Y'all don't know?
Mm.
They won MTV. I don't know.
Oh, the
Oh man,
Rugrats.
Oh
Oh,
God.
wow.
You know,
Very
was
nice.
not expecting that.
yeah, I was not expecting this album.
Wow.
Even though I like Rugrats, I didn't really care for the Rugrats movie like that because I didn't care for Dill. I mean,
Mm.
I was more a Rugrats in Paris nigga, but Rugrats, yeah, this is one of my what the fuck finals. Y'all can say that. I was like, I get this album. I talked to I asked Kuji, and shout out to Kuji. He
Yo.
was like, "Fuck it, get it. I don't give a fuck." So yeah, this was the soundtrack that came out in '98. Rakim actually has a song here,
Oh
believe
wow.
it or not. Yeah, Rakim has a song here too. Devo has a
Wow.
song. Of course, everyone knows that "Take Me There" song, which I'm gonna be real with y'all. I cannot stand that song now. I'm gonna be real. I've heard that song way too fucking much. Um, the song with Busta Rhymes, "On Your Mark, Get Set, Ready, Go." That I could have easily seen that on ELE too. It definitely had that party ELE vibe, and he actually voiced the Reptar car in that movie too. Believe it or
Oh
not.
shit. Wow.
So yeah, man. Don't expect a review on this, y'all. I'm just gonna be real. But I'm gonna listen to this soundtrack one day, and I'll give my thoughts one day. Just a quick video, like, yeah, fuck that. This is my Rugrats movie soundtrack, 1998. Now back to the hip
Hey,
hop.
is Who Let Dogs track on that soundtrack?
No, that was the Paris one.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Now this album is a compilation that came out in 2002. Um, no introduction needed. I'm not gonna bullshit. It's Nas the Lost Tapes.
Yes.
Okay.
Classic.
Yes.
Fire.
Yeah, we talked about this album when we did I Am Nostradamus, but
Yeah.
I finally, after all these motherfuckers, got a copy of this and shit. Some of Nas's best tracks on this album, I kid you not. The story with this album was that this was around the time when Nas was killing it, killing Jay-Z and his beef and stuff like that. And Columbia Records, they really wanted to capitalize on that by they first released the From Illmatic to Stillmatic the remixes, which I'm not gonna lie, I did not care for that compilation
Yeah, I didn't like that.
because it didn't have it didn't have the world is yours Q-tip mix. It
Mm-hmm.
certain remixes it didn't have, and we've heard those remixes before
Right.
and shit like that. They could have like easily done some shit with that one. Like I wouldn't even mind if they put Deja Vu on that one. But anyway, and then they came out with this album, and this album, of course, because at that time I Am and Nostradamus was still getting hated upon by motherfuckers and shit. Compared to what was to come, but we'll get into that in a minute. I mean, you had songs like Do Rags, Love That Joint, You Gotta Love It, Classic, No Ideas Original, Purple, Blaze of 50. I mean,
Fire.
Papa Was a Player. You know, you had an early
Mastermind.
Kanye. Early Kanye was on that track. I don't know
Yeah.
what happened with the Nasir album, but yeah, man.
It's
This
fucked
is
up.
definitely a very dope album. Must have in your collection. Check out the review we did on I Am and Nostradamus for our thoughts on this one too.
That was great. All right, I got one more thing to show.
Okay, cool.
I got like I'm very big on pop culture. I love pop culture T-shirts. I have a whole bunch. I have a whole collection. I got some new ones in the mail. Whitney Houston, rest in peace of Whitney Houston.
Ooh.
This is from the Old Navy site because their website has exclusive stuff that the store doesn't have, and they have like a whole pop culture like section dedicated to like movies and artists and video games. So I got the Whitney one, and I got one of my favorite cartoons growing up from the 80s, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
Yeah, so y'all can see that. Yeah. So yeah, they're real cheap. They're like maybe $5 to $10 on the Old Navy site. They're always updating it, so they have new stuff in stock. So check it out if you like pop culture T-shirts.
All right, we're gonna stay in Japan. We're going with the future should be Rock and Roll Hall of Famer Shaka Khan. I don't know why these motherfuckers be tripping on black artists being in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but that's another discussion for another video. We're going with probably her most monumental album solo wise. A classic in my opinion, definitely giving that mid '80s breakdancing vibes with the production. It was Grammy nominated with the Rock and Roll Hall of Famer MC Melly Mel. They were going with Shaka Khan, I Feel For You, released in
Classic.
1984.
Oh yeah.
Fire album, in my opinion. You got tracks like Chinatown, I Feel For You, Stronger Than Before, My Love Is Alive, Through the Fire. Like, come on now. She hates Kanye West. She don't like the sample that he did
Mm-hmm.
using her shit. I think he should have been on the music video and been doing the vocals, in my opinion, just to pay homage to her. But
Yeah.
that's just me. I don't know how other niggas feel about that. So,
I agree.
this is Shaka Khan. I Feel For You, Japanese vinyl, released in 1984.
Alright.
All right, going back to Donna Summer again. We still in Japan. This is another one of her underrated 80s albums, in my opinion. This one definitely doesn't get a lot of play and stuff, in my opinion. I think it's a really solid album, in my opinion. We're going with Donna Summer's 1984 album, Cats Without Claws. And I just like how the Japanese, design their obi strips and stuff. Each design be so different for anyone. I never have a problem with the Japanese stuff, but if you fucking with these niggas in the US with their pressings, especially with Amazon, I done had so many nightmares with Amazon vinyls. FK Twigs, LP1 EP. I had nightmares with that, numerous skips, pops and shit. I'm just gonna stick to eBay and Discogs because that's where I get most of my rare vinyls and shit though. But you got songs like Supernatural Love, There Goes My Baby, which is a music video on YouTube, very classic in my opinion. Susanna, Eyes, that should have been a music video. I'm Free, Overall, this is a classic, underrated album, solid in my opinion. I don't think a lot of people give Donna Summer her flowers when it comes to like her 80s and mid 80s work. I think it's very underrated, especially like within that time of production and stuff, especially with like groups like the System, which
Right.
is very underrated. I don't really see them getting a lot of props, especially with them revolutionizing, production and Mick Murphy and his, singing ability and stuff. So Donna Summer, Cats Without Claws, released in 1984.
Definitely. Just to let y'all know, Ashley had to head out and stuff like that. So I think Ashley
Salute to
coming
Ashley
by.
and Mikki.
I think Mickey had to
Right,
head out too.
Ashley.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Mickey had to head out too, but I'm waiting for a confirmation from her. Alright. Shit. Okay, so yeah, it's about this 12:06.
Where is BJ? He's not coming?
I think he's still at work,
He's
man.
still at work? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I
Alright.
want this discussion to happen, sir.
It's going to happen at some point.
Yeah. This album to me is one of the rarities in this collection. I'm so glad I got this one. It's Zap 5, aka Zap 5.
Wow.
This came out in 1989. Very dope album in my opinion. This came
Nice.
out 4 years after their fourth album with the new Zap for You, which that was known for Computer Love. And of course, Roger Troutman came out with his 87 album with I Wanna Be Your Man joint. This album came out around the time when hip hop was really getting popular, and a lot of funk bands, they were getting a little sidelined around that time too. And Zapp and Roger, they were no strangers to that. With this album, they kind of utilized a lot of the drum machine. This is the album where it had the infamous version of "Ooh Baby Baby," where me and Try did the reaction on that video. Um, I played a top box where he actually called out EPMD and Heavy D on that track for sampling his music
Wow.
and shit too. Because that around the time a lot of people did not take too kindly for hip hop samples
Yeah,
and shit.
James Brown's been playing that shit, niggas
Mm,
sampling his shit.
Yep.
right.
Um, the song "Back to Basics," that had Ray Davis from P Funk fame, where I kind of saw that song where it's like telling George Clinton, it's all love and stuff like that. And that was like a tribute to the whole P Funk sound in my opinion.
Right.
Very, very dope album. I mean, this album does not really get talked about when it comes to the Zap family, because people always talk about Zap One, Zap for You, shit like that. I like the darker sound that they had with this one. Like this had like a very nightclub feel to it. And this was actually the last album that Larry and Roger were in before their untimely death.
Mhm.
So I may do a review on some Zap stuff in the future. So stay tuned.
I only got the Zap for You album though. I need to get more of the discography.
Yeah, I need a Zap for You album. Shit. All right. This next album, another rarity right here. Um, her biopic recently came out. About 2 months ago, I want to say. It's Aretha Franklin with the U album.
Nice.
This came out in 1975. Now, lately, ever since I've seen the whole both Genius and the Respect movies and miniseries or whatever, I've been kind of like looking for like a lot of the later Atlantic Records stuff. A lot of trivia goes to this album because this was the last album where Jerry Wexler and Aretha Franklin worked on with one another. Because Jerry Wexler left Atlantic Records a couple of months after this album because he didn't like how Atlantic Records was screwing their artists over and not really giving creative control to the artists, which a lot has been people have said that about Atlantic Records over the years. Wink Wink, Sagon, Lupe Fiasco, all
Mhm.
that shit. Um, this album to me was not bad. It kind of had a more mellow soul vibe. At this time, her popularity, it wasn't like waning and stuff like that, but it was slightly going down because around this time, disco was on the rise, and Aretha hated disco. which she expressed. That's why the La Diva album has not really came a lot. That's why the latter Atlantic Records album did not really come out on CD, minus the Sparkle soundtrack. But this one was a very dope album. This has the title track, which is one of Aretha's best albums or songs. Period. It only happens when I look at you. That was a dope track. Without You, I mean, definitely got to be listening to this one. Aretha Franklin, You, 1975.
That's it for me. So Eric could go now.
All right. We're going to Australia with this one. I just found this artist out a couple of months ago. She sort of gives me like Azalea Banks type, Rihanna type mixture of MIA type vibes and stuff, but she definitely mixed her style well with her own creativity. I think she's gonna have a monumental career. I'm just waiting for her last trilogy of Last Year Was Strange Volume 3 to come out. We're going with her first solo album. We're going with TK Mazda, TK self-titled,
Okay.
released in 2016. Very monumental album right here, especially for a solo artist who's not known, especially coming from like Australia origin. You got songs like Afterglow, Simulation, Money Chrome, Follow Me, Castle in the Sky, Drumsticks, No Guns, House of Cards, very monumental track. I could have seen that as a music video. Supersonic, You Want, and At Least I Know. Overall, this is a really good album, in my opinion. I would put it up there with albums like Dua Lipa featuring Nostalgia, um, SZA Control album, and like Ela May album. I wish she'd come out with another album, but
Yeah.
you know, we still waiting on her. We still waiting on Rihanna R9 to drop, so we don't know when they're gonna ever drop. It might be just like Dr. Dre and the Detox album. We might not never get that one. So overall, solid album in my opinion. This is TK Monster, TK album released in 2016.
I gotta check that out.
All right. I showed this album earlier. A couple months back, this shit was going for like cocaine prices. Due to like Daft Punk's breakup this year. A very sad moment for music. Not seeing the robots make classic music anymore. We're just stuck with garbage out here now. Simp ass niggas making strip club albums and stuff with pregnant emojis and shit. But we're going back to Daft Punk, Random Access Memories, vinyl.
Dope.
I got 3 copies of this. This is how much I love this album. Every
Yeah.
time I get this album, I buy a copy of it because you never know when you'll never be able to get the album again. So
Right.
you might want to get it while you can. Their Discovery album from 2001, that's the last one I need to complete my trilogy from them, besides the Tron, music soundtrack albums. So I just need the Discovery album. I pre-ordered it though, but just like Nas, King's Disease 2, we gotta wait till fucking next year to get the fucking vinyl, which don't make no damn sense. Like, how you gonna come? How you gonna come out with the album and the shit ain't out on vinyl now? Like, we still waiting on AZ's Do or Die Part 2. I hate when niggas do that shit. Like,
Right.
when the album drop, you need to have that shit on physical. Like CD, vinyl, cassette, have that shit out now. You
I
you
agree.
with these big companies, but they can't have this shit out. We gotta wait till like next summer to get the shit.
I
Like,
agree.
come on now.
Yep. Facts.
Mm. Yeah, the vinyls are like a popular thing now and shit. Shit. All right. So this album came from a collection I got. I got the Van Halen 5 album collection,
Nice.
aka the David Lee Roth era. And I got their first album. I already got a copy of this one, but had to show it to y'all again. Classic album. Jamie's Crying, Running from the Devil. Probably my favorite debut album when it comes to rock music. Must have in your collection. And then the next album is a Motown album. It's Marvin Gaye with the MPG album. Came out in 1969. Very dope album. This album was produced mostly by Norman Whitfield. This was around a time when he was kind of going through some shit with his wife Anna Gaye, and a lot of the songs they picked kind of had like a melancholy kind of feel to it and shit like that. This was known for singles like "Too Busy Thinking About My Baby" and "That's the Way Love Is." I mean, this whole album, I kind of view this album as like a precursor to maybe Hear My Dear and shit like that. And you know, Marvin and Norman Whitfield, they kind of didn't really see eye to eye when they were doing this album. Because if you guys know about Norman Whitfield, you'll know that he when he works with certain artists like Temptations and Royce, he sometimes his production overshadows like the artist sometimes and shit. And so yeah, man, him and Marvin kind of went at it back and forth, and this is the only time they worked with one another. And this is also around the time when you know Tammy Terrell had a brain tumor and she was sick from that shit too. So yeah, a lot was going on around this time, but very dope album. One of his first classic albums he came out with.
All right, we're going to the Bronx. This group could have stayed together longer if it wasn't for a bitch ass nigga being jealous of niggas in the group. The same dude could have played tracks from this album too in the verses, but we ain't gonna go on that. I already said that shit earlier. So this album is a classic in my opinion. I wish this group stayed together a little longer. Each member in this group could have came out with solo albums individually, and the shit would have been classic. I think the passing of Big Pun really broke him up, and it just wasn't the same without him. We're going with Terror Squad, the album.
Classic.
Fire, in my fucking opinion. In for Life.
Definitely.
A fire ass way to start the album. Pass the Glock. What You Gonna Do? Big Pun killed that shit. Triple Threat.
Mm-hmm.
Armageddon. Big Pun, Cuba Link. Fat Joe, drop that 24 Karat album, man. It's been 20 plus years. Drop that shit, nigga.
Man.
Get over that bullshit of you getting 3-pieced up in the club, doing the stanky leg. Drop that shit, Fat Joe. Let bygones be bygones. If 50 Cent can stop, let me see. Wait, if 50 Cent can stop being mad at Fat Joe and them dudes being cool, you can stop being mad at Cuban Link for 3-piecing you and drop the damn album. We want to hear the album.
Yep.
As the world turns, all around the world, paying dues. Overall, this is a fire album in my opinion. I wish they stayed together. If Pun didn't die, they definitely would have had a major impact on hip hop. You know. Yeah. All right, we leaving the Bronx to go down south. We going to the No Limit Camp. I'm glad this artist is out in my opinion. His Shell Shock album is probably one of the greatest No Limit solo albums in my opinion. But it's kind of hard to say because No Limit always came out with heat, you know, stuff from C Murder Fiend, Mia X, just a repertoire of, you know, artists from the scene. This is probably my second favorite album from him. It was one with Mac, with World War III, released in 1999. Highly collectible album, in my opinion. You know how it is with No Limit albums, especially Cash Money albums. When you want to get some shit, you're going to have to pay an arm and a leg for it. I got this like a year or so ago from eBay for like kilo prices. You know when you go online, you just see something that's like for a good price and you don't believe it. You might think it's like a spam account or something. Next thing you know, you buy it and it comes in the mail, but you go on Discogs and see this shit for like hundreds of dollars, you know. So to all my collectors out there, you just gotta look for shit and it'll just come to you, you know.
Facts.
Don't pick, man. Don't pick. All right. So I have a lot more left. Like I said, how many you have left, Eric?
Wait a minute, I gotta count.
Damn, I feel like I went on the Spurs and shit. Jesus.
I got 13 left.
You got 13. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna up the ante to 4 albums and shit, cause I gotta make sure I'll be out. I have to be out by 12:45. Is that cool with you?
Get it straight.
All right, cool. So 4 albums. That's cool with me. Let me get my shit. All right. So my next album is another Motown. Finally got my hands on this one. It's the Commodores with the self-titled album they came out with in
I
1977.
think I have that one.
Oh yeah,
I think I
yeah.
have that
You,
one.
you showed it. You showed it to me.
I showed it. Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah, man. A lot of people have said this is like one of their best albums, and I have to be in that lane too. Um, this is known for songs like "Easy,"
Yes.
"Zoom," "Brick House," "Funky
Classics.
Situation." Like this was the perfect mixture between the funky Commodores and the ballad Commodores and
Mm-hmm.
shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Especially Zoom. I mean, I never
Right.
get tired of hearing that track. You know, Lionel was definitely coming into his own with this album and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Must have in your collection.
You know, who sampled that Zoom track, Jim Jones, but he couldn't clear the sample, so he put it on one of his mixtapes.
Yeah, man. A lot of people sample this track too. Like Snoop sampled it
Yeah.
too. Yeah, classic track. I mean, Ghetto Boy sampled Easy
Yeah.
and shit too. So yeah, Commodores very dope. Oh boy, I mean, I showed this to y'all, but I'm still in awe that I got this album. Cast, Soul on Ice,
Yes.
1996. Yeah, I had to get try a copy of this album too. Yeah, I was trying to think what album I got you. I was like, oh yeah, you already showed it to me. Okay. 'Cause I was like, damn. I was like, I got everyone something. I was like, okay, but Ashley showed me hers. Eric, so I still haven't seen the one I got Eric yet, so that's what I was trying to keep.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know if I will go that far, vinyl. I don't know.
Before Lionel became a sellout.
Whoa, I don't know.
Watch your
I
mouth now. Watch your mouth now.
no, I mean, Lionel's Lionel.
Oh
Like, watch your
wow.
mouth. But yeah, back to this major classic album. Yes, I'm not gonna give too much of my thoughts because we do have the major review coming up. But
Right.
this is a very must-have collection. Um, the vinyl. This is actually a respect the classic edition because the album has been out of print for years. It's still mad expensive and stuff like that. He's been compared a lot to Nas. A lot of people say he like the West Coast equivalent to
Oh
Nas,
boy.
which I disagree with
He's
that. I
not
feel like
Nas.
that's his own definition, but yeah, like I don't want to talk too much on this album. Like I love songs like Anything Goes, fucking Drama with Julio. Oh my god,
Yeah.
very dope joint and shit. Soul on Ice, but I love the Diamond D remix. That's
Yes.
the one I like and stuff. So
Definitely.
October 14th is going to be a very, very, very epic. You do not want to miss this one. I have to say
Right.
that right now.
For sure.
So Vinyl, hold on. You don't like the self-titled and the Can't Slow Down album?
What?
You bugged.
Slow Down is a classic. I love that album. I got 2 copies of this.
Tripping now, dog. You smoking something. That New Jack City in your head hard, dog.
All right. Okay, my third album, You Bugging, is a lot of people kind of talk shit about this album. In my opinion, I am not one that. It's you know what? It's Wu-Tang Clan's the W.
Dope album.
Yeah, that's a solid album.
That and the Better Tomorrow's like the only ones I don't have yet.
Yeah.
Great album.
This one's sealed up, as y'all can see. Um, transitional album. This album was because around the time this album came out, ODB was on the run and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So he wasn't really on this album like that. Besides Conditioner, which
Fire.
fire track. Thank you.
Yes.
It's
Snoop
a
Dogg-
weird track, but
Snoop
it's
killed
fire.
that joint on the RZA beat.
Yes.
I love that joint.
Yeah. And don't even get me started on the outro by Jizza. Oh,
Right. He killed that.
yeah, man. It's also known for singles like "Protect Your Neck," "Jump Off," Gravel Pit, Careful Click Click, and Loud Records was at the time getting ready to fold, like by the next year and stuff like that. Um, a lot of people kind of say that this album was not really that good because you had like a lot more people outside of Woo motherfuckers like Busta Rhymes, Snoop on this album and stuff like that.
Redman.
Well, Redman, I mean, he's an honorary member at this,
Right.
so
Right.
him being on an album from Woo is not really that surprising and shit. So, but yeah, because they were expecting like the first two albums, and it's also not a surprise too that the second wave, minus Supreme Clientele and Tekel 2000, was not really well. Even Tekel 2000 had its people who criticized it too.
Right.
It wasn't really favored well when it came to like a lot of fans and critics and shit like that too. So, and around this time too, you had the you had Rough Riders at the time, you had the Onyxes, Rockefeller was getting ready to pop up. So it's like the Wu-Tang pretty much. It's like they were like one in a bundle, pretty much. That explains it. So I fuck with this album.
Yeah,
this is their last great album that they came out with. Keyword, great album. Keyword.
I like Iron Flag. I know it's mixed reviews for Iron Flag though. I thought all Iron Flag was dope though.
I like
Iron Flag was good.
Album.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was good, but it wasn't great to me.
Right.
Yeah. In between the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah. You had songs like "Let My Niggas Live" with Nas.
Crazy, dude.
Fucking "I Can't Go to Sleep" with Isaac Hayes. Both Ghost and RZA bought some of their best verses.
Yeah.
Careful Click Click. I mean, definitely an experimental album and shit like that. Must have in your collection. The review. What is the review? November 21st. Around that time, we're definitely gonna do an anniversary on this one.
Oh.
So yeah.
All right.
And my fourth album, I'm so fucking glad I finally got a copy of this album. And I'm not the biggest person when it comes to trap music, but you know what? I call this a trap classic, trap masterpiece. It's Young Jeezy, Let's Get It, Thug Motivation 101. This album came out in 2005. I know Try's not a big Jeezy fan.
I heard the album though. Like that was a huge album for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To me, this is his best album. His best album, period. And shit. I forgot how hard this album was at that time and shit. Singles album is known for was And Then What? Fucking Soul Survivor with Akon. I'm a soul survivor.
I like that song. That was dope.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit was fun.
Yeah, Go Crazy with Jay-Z. Oh my God. My Hood. I mean, this whole fucking album is a classic album in my opinion. I mean, his first three albums, again, hands down classics in my opinion. And they recently re-released album 2 on vinyl. So, and it's like an all-white vinyl and shit too. So yeah, the album to me must have in your collection. Definitely got bless you. Definitely a review on this album is coming soon.
All right. We're going to the 313 Detroit. This artist is a legend in my opinion. He's been criticized throughout his whole career due to controversy. Sometimes his antics, but he always came through. Especially in this generation when you got a lot of garbage ass motherfuckers out here that ain't talking about nothing. I don't know how y'all feel about him now. I think y'all gave me y'all opinion on him. We're going back to his first official album, the Slim Shady LP,
classic,
released in 1997. I love the album cover too. Him and his daughter just standing on the, what you call this shit? Like the little walkway trail or something. You can just see the dead body just hanging outside the truck and shit. Like on some insane clown pocket stuff, just putting dead bodies in the truck and stuff. You got tracks like My Name Is. The thing about this vinyl is they say if you play it backwards, you can hear it like saying something different on it. I seen it on YouTube. Sort of like some devil shit. Like it's crazy. I don't know if I have to like change up the RPM speed on the vinyl, but it's crazy as hell. Guilty Conscience, him and Dr. Dre. Brain
Fire.
Damage. If I had 97 Bunny and Clyde. I wish they had a music video of that of him and his
Yeah.
daughter just
Mm-hmm.
going crazy. You know, Kim's dead body in the trunk and shit. You know,
Right.
Eminem trying to explain it to his daughter and stuff. Um, Role Model. Um,
Fire.
Rock Bottom. Just Don't Give a. As the World Turns. Definitely love the instrumental to that. It could have had a music video for that too.
Mm-hmm.
Shady and Still Don't Give a. Oh yeah, Bad Meets Evil too with Royce the 5'9". That shit's
Classic.
fire as fuck.
Definitely.
Overall classic album in my opinion. I'm surprised I got the Infinite album on vinyl because this shit like thousands of dollars.
Right.
So I was lucky to get that. You know, Eminent, the Slim Shady LP. This next album is coming from a fire ass producer. I'm glad I got this on CD because this shit's like cocaine prices. If you're going with The Alchemist, First Infantry,
Classic. Love that album.
you got songs like sorry about that. You got songs like Dead Bodies featuring Prodigy, R.I.P., Bandana P. Your Boy Al, the interlude is like on some psychedelic 60s type vibes. Very
Mm-hmm.
funny.
Yep.
The Essence featuring the greatest rapper of all time, J to the A to the DA, Jada Kiss. You know the locks and shit. BJ, we still need you to explain yourself, sir. Don't hide from us. You got Hold You Down, fire ass track, featuring Prodigy, Nina Sky, and Ella Glee. The Nina
Yep.
Sky chick who did the hook, I could have seen her do an album. She got a beautiful voice.
Mm-hmm.
Stop the Show featuring Status Quo and MOP. D Block to QB featuring Havoc, Big Noise, Styles P, and J Hood. I wish J Hood came out with an album. You know, if you're gonna be in a group like the Locks or something, each of y'all niggas got to come out with individual albums, which y'all did, but y'all affiliates didn't. Just
Mm-hmm.
like the Murder Inc. syndrome. I mean, you had Ja Rule and Ashanti out putting shit out, but you didn't have your artists like Black Tie.
Right.
Black Child, Cadillac Ty Vita. Those artists out here putting out individual albums and shit. They would really like if you're gonna be in a group and be around a company and shit, and you a hip hop artist and you got a crew behind you, you're gonna need your individual members to put out some work, man. You just
Mm-hmm.
can't be out there in the forefront putting shit out and your crew ain't doing nothing. They're really
Right.
just gonna show you that they might be moochers or they might not have, the skills or the nuts to hold it on their own and shit without you being there. At least with
Mm-hmm.
50 Cent and G Unit, Dipset, Rockefeller, if the bosses leave, them niggas can hold down the fort. I mean, if Ashanti and Ja Rule wasn't on Murder Inc., do you think those dudes could have really held down the
Nope.
fort without them?
Nope. Nope.
Yeah. But overall, this is a classic album in my opinion. The Alchemist First Infantry.
Dope. J Hood put out mixtapes, but supposedly he was hard to deal with. Like when they were grooming him to become an artist on D Block, he was hard to deal with. So that's why they got rid of him.
So you
Yeah.
can say whatever you want about the game and 50 Cent situation, but at least he came out, with the documentary.
Yeah.
So you can say what you
Classic.
want about the game. He came out with an album.
Mm-hmm.
This next album, we're going to Philadelphia 215. This female artist is celebrating its 20-year anniversary this year. You seen her lace the fuck out of Trina in the verses a couple months ago. We're going with the classic album, the best album in my opinion, Eve
Yes.
Scorpion,
Great album.
20-year anniversary album, colored vinyl. They had signed copies of it, but I wasn't finna pay no $100 for that shit. I love you, Eve, but not that much. No $100. You got songs like Cowboy, Who's That Girl, Let Me Blow Your Mind with Gwen Stefani. Funny ass music video too. You
Yeah.
got white motherfuckers getting a freak on with like
Mm-hmm.
big butt bitches and shit. Then they getting arrested at the end. Crazy as hell.
Crazy.
Let me see. Gangsta Bitches featuring the Brat and Trina. Funny thing, Trina is on the track, even though she got laced in the verses. Sorry about that, Trina. Um, Screen Double R featuring DMX, fucking fire ass track. I don't know if that has a music video, but I would have loved to see a music video for that.
Yeah.
Thug in the Street featuring the Locks and Dragon, underrated artist in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Opposite the H2O album is very underrated
Yeah.
throughout the Rough Riders discography. You know, I really don't hear a lot of people talk about the album. Um, Who's That Girl? They got the remix on that, and the last track on this album, Be Me. I could have seen a music video for that too.
Yeah.
Overall, classic album, especially for female hip hop at that time. You had classic albums like Foxy Brown, Broken Silence. I wish I could say the same thing about Little Kim's The Notorious K.I.M., but I can't put that in the discussion.
Nah.
But overall, I miss that Eve. I wish he would come back and put out more hits and show these bitches that female MCs can talk more about their pussy and their ass and stuff. You can really come with it with lyrical content and be up there with like the men in the group and stuff instead of just being eye candy, you know?
Right. Yeah, Boy, we mentioned that earlier. Like the BMF episode 1 was great. It's a good show. I don't really know the backstory about them really, so I'll be watching the whole season.
Yeah, me too. I saw the first episode on YouTube.
Yeah.
It was chopped and screwed up though, but niggas still seen it. So,
Right.
This next artist, we're going back to Detroit. He's under the Slim Shady umbrella. This is around the time, I think I told Reg about this album. This is around the time when, you know, him and Eminem had a little discrepancy. You know, this mixtape, this double vinyl is legendary throughout the streets of Detroit. This nigga was going in on the whole D12 count, just dropping bombs like Baghdad, you know, sending, you know, shots with a 100-round clip at these niggas. And we going with Royce the 5'9", Built and Destroy.
Nice.
I mean, you just going in on D12, man. Malcolm X, fucking fire. We riding, this and Eminem. I mean, monumental tracks off here, man. I've been listening to this shit constantly at work and stuff. You know, I know my students get tired of listening to that shit, but you know, I get tired of them niggas listening to trap music, even though those niggas don't know nothing about, you know, the streets and stuff. But besides that, Royce the 5'9", Built and Destroy. I think this came out in 03. I think that was around the time, you know, between the whole Benzino and, you know, the Source beef with Eminem and shit.
Right.
Alright. Dope albums. Alright. This next album is kind of a controversial album we mentioned a couple weeks ago. And it's NWA and the Posse.
Oh wow.
1986.
shit.
We got the hype sticker too.
Yes. Got this when I was at DC.
Nice.
Probably the best pick in DC just for its rarity.
Right.
Now, just to let you guys know, this is not NWA's first album. It's actually a compilation of like the associated groups that was at Ruthless Records at that time and stuff like that. And this was released originally on Macola Records, but then actually reissued. This is actually when it was reissued on Priority Records and stuff like that. And this is actually the 2015 reissue. So yeah.
Right.
So this was reissued around the time when Straight Outta Compton had came out. The album, the singles albums known for was the original Boys in the Hood, Panic Zone. You know, had the original Dope Man and stuff like that. Had songs from the Phila Fresh crew. You know, Mr. Microphone Mike. I mean, a lot of these artists I really don't know. I'm just looking at this album just for the NWA tracks and shit like that. So, if you guys can find this album, you must have in your collection. It's the NWA and the Posse, 1987. May talk about this album in the future, but
Okay.
I'll see. All right. Now we're gonna get into another Diana Ross album. It's
Wow.
1971.
Yeah, my nigga, you finally got it.
Yes, 1971 Surrender. Um, this album, like I said, I have is another album I have not really. I heard bits and pieces, but this is like a better album than the Everything album. The sound is a lot more darker. Of course, Ashford and Simpson returned and stuff
Nice.
like that. Um, Singles albums known for are "Remember Me," her cover of "Reach Out, I'll Be There," and "Surrender." Definitely has like a more soulful vibe and stuff like that too. So very, 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 very dope album. It's kind of another rare album when it comes to Diana Ross and shit like that too. So
Right.
yeah, must have in your collection.
Yeah, her 50th anniversary of this album too coming up.
Right. I try. I know you this album here. This is a Velvet DeVoe
Yes.
WBBD Boot CD the remix album.
Classic remix album.
Oh my god, so glad I finally got this one.
Mm-hmm.
Um, to me, the last good album that they came out with, and yeah, and it's a remix album too, but I didn't care for the Hootie Mac album.
Okay.
That was trash, in my opinion. Like, God. But this remix album came out in '91 and stuff like that. This is a remix album done right. Like, you had the Word to the Mother with Bob, Ralph, and Johnny. Oh my God,
Mm-hmm.
classic right
Great.
there. They had the Do Me, the smooth Do Me version. They had the When Will I See You Smile Again? Ain't Nothing Changed and stuff like that. Very, very, very dope remix album. In my opinion, it's a classic remix album. Must have in your collection. Like I'm good with just this and the Poison album.
Right.
So like, I don't really care about getting the rest. All right. Yes, Denzel Curry with his fucking Zoo album. This came out in 2019. Denzel Curry, you guys should know who he is. He is a rapper, definitely has a different style than like a lot of rappers these days, Definitely you can tell he's in for 3 6 Mafia and shit. He had the Top 1300 album and shit like that, which I like that album and stuff like that. That was like a more darker album. This
Right.
album came out like 1 year later, and this came when he was like homesick for his hometown in Miami and stuff like that. So this album kind of had more like a mellow kind of vibe to it compared to the previous album. This was known for singles like Ricky and Speedboat. Very dope song. I love the song with Rick Ross, Birds. Carol Mart, that was a very dope track too. Definitely gotta be listening to this album and shit. So this is Denzel Curry to 2019.
All right. I got one more to show you. I've been saving this one for last. I'm glad I got it. It's one of my homies' albums. I just got it a couple months ago. We're going with my boy Thundercat and his Drunk album.
Nice. Nice.
It's
Yes.
in
Dope album.
2017. This is the 4 LP red box set. You got to have this. First when I seen this album, I was thinking of Show Enough. When he got kicked by Bruce Leroy and The
Right.
Last Dragon, him just coming back out of the water, just looking for revenge and stuff. Like it's just on some crazy shit. Then look at the
Mm-hmm.
back cover. Like very like it sort of reminds me of like a black exploitation like horror film and stuff from the 70s.
Right.
Like just somebody coming out the water on like some Friday the 13th, like Jason X type shit.
Mm-hmm.
You got monumental tracks like Busting These Streets, Lava Lamp, definitely a monumental track. I suggest you make out with your lady to that song, very mellow. Show You the Way featuring the legend Michael McDonald, still got that beautiful voice. And Kenny Loggins, Walk On By featuring Kendrick Lamar. I might get some hate from this, but I hated Kendrick Lamar on this fucking track. He did not fit. I could have seen like Wiz Khalifa or something or somebody else.
What?
I did not like him on this.
Oh,
I did not like him on this song.
what?
I'm sorry.
Wiz Khalifa, what?
Wiz Khalifa's on the album though. He's on the album.
I know, but
Somebody like I just didn't like Kendrick. I didn't like his rhymes though. I don't know what it is about that track and Kendrick Lamar, but maybe Snoop Dogg could have did it or something. Like I don't know. I'm sorry about it, man.
Yeah.
You got extra songs like Tokyo, Jamil Space Ride, Friend Zone is a funny ass track in my opinion. Basically, it's like you trying to get with a girl, you trying to get a home run, but to keep you at second base, and you just getting frustrated and shit. We all been there. Especially with bitches like this these days though. Them Changes, another fire song. Inferno, Drunk. The Turn Down featuring Pharrell. I can tolerate Pharrell when he ain't out here posing, doing gay Japanese Power Ranger poses and shit. DUI. Overall, this is a monumental album. Thundercat never disappoint. And speaking of Thundercat, his 10-year anniversary of Golden Age Apocalypse, I think that's the album he put out in 2011. The 10-year anniversary of that is this year, so I'm gonna be on the lookout for that on the next record store day, which is in November.
Boy said Chingy would have been better. Would have been better for the song.
I'd rather keep Kendrick Lamar on that nigga. Don't do that, sir. No.
Chingy? Wow.
No, nigga.
Before I show the rest of these albums, I'm gonna boil some water. Like that. 5 seconds.
He said Chingy.
Boy, I cut some motherfucker out.
Wow.
This nigga said Chingy. Come on, dog. I could have did. I didn't like Kendrick Lamar on the track, but damn, nigga, like. You put an unorthodox motherfucker on the track. Like, come on now. I'd rather just have the shit with just Thundercat on it. If you gonna say that, damn nigga.
Yo, this song is not bad at all. Like that, Chingy would have made it worse. That's funny.
That dude's crazy, man. Nigga said Chingy, like, come on now.
Oh man. Dollar Store Nelly, right?
Nelly is kilo prices bigger than that nigga. We don't want none of Nelly.
Who's that? Paradise Killer?
This is a video game soundtrack.
Okay.
It's called Paradise Killer.
I love the album cover. That's dope.
Yeah, it's sort of like 80s, 90s Japanese anime type shit. Like if you listen to the soundtrack, it's like on some Yu Yu Hakusho, Sailor Moon type shit.
True,
I've been collecting more video game soundtracks like Killer Instinct, Sonic the Hedgehog, stuff like that. Contra. There's a lot of Japanese vinyls I've been collecting. Some of this shit like is in Japanese, but some of the stuff is like got that 80s pop type vibes and stuff. It's sort of like if you listen to the music, you'll wish you was in Japan or something, just like the city and the lights and stuff. Yeah. Sort of like like when you listen to like one of those retro classic anime shows and stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like music that's fitted,
Yeah. Wow.
I'm gonna start giving my opinions on some of these albums because some of y'all in the comment section like
talking about Nelly. We talking about Nelly again?
Nelly's my nigga, man. Like, leave Nelly alone. Nelly can do a world tour right now off his first album and still get paid. Half these mumble rappers will not be around in the next 15 to 25 years. I'm gonna just say that right now. Drake waffle color ass will be around. Chris Brown crazy ass will be around. Say what you want about Chris Brown, but that nigga can dance his ass off.
Oh yeah, he's dope.
Justin Timberlake will be around in the next 25 years. I have a little bit more respect for Justin Timberlake right about now because I listened to a couple of his tracks at work. Rock Your Body, that's my shit.
I love that.
I don't give a fuck what nobody say. That track is fire, man. So, I don't know, man. It's just been a crazy ass video. I'm gonna just stop giving my opinions about shit because niggas in the comment section are just saying the most outlandish shit. So
And that's funny. All right. So my next album is an R&B album. It's Luther Vandross, "Power of Love."
Nice.
This came out in 1991 on Epic Records. Very, very dope album. Just got him hella awards. In my opinion, probably his best album in the 90s, maybe, and shit like that. I mean, this was known for songs like "Power of Love," "Love Power." I love that track. "The Rush," "Emotional Love." I mean, this was Luther definitely at his prime doing what he does best. Excuse me. Very dope. Then I got the Toy Story soundtrack.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
What's what's on there? I never saw the movie, so I don't know what's on there.
you got
Well,
a friend in me.
yeah. You got a friend in me. I mean, we all
By,
know
by the
about,
old guy with the glasses?
yeah,
Randy, what's his name? Randy
Randy Newman.
Randy Newman. Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
man. I mean, this was $1. I was like, fuck it,
Right.
And, you know, I'm a fan of Toy Story and shit like that. Definitely a very dope movie and shit.
Right.
Like I said, it's only $1.
Yeah.
Very dope
It's
sound.
gonna be worth something. It's Disney, so
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's gonna be a collectible one day.
yeah.
You can show your grandkid. Like I paid $1 for this shit. Now it's worth millions.
right. All right. I had this album, but I think I accidentally sold it, so I got the CD version, and I'm grateful now because I have all the albums from these artists. DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince, and in this corner, this came out in 1989. I'm not gonna lie, this is probably my least favorite album that they've done.
What?
It's still a good album.
You like Code Red more than that one? I think that's better than Code Red.
Whoa, now you're going way too far. Cold Red was fire.
That's fire.
That was probably
that
Will
first
and
track
most
where
Will.
the first track where Will's talking about the haunted going to the haunted mansion. I love that song.
Yes,
Great storytelling on that track.
yes, like that was probably his best lyrical album. Cold
Yeah.
Red and shit. Yeah, but with this album, I don't know. I mean, it's a good album. And, I think I could beat Mike Tyson.
Classic.
Girl, he had a mustache. But compared to like the first two and the last two, it didn't really hit me as much because Home Base grew on me
That's
and
great.
stuff like that grew on me. I've always loved He's the DJ, I'm the Rapper.
Yeah.
Cold Red again, that might be my favorite album.
Right.
And shit, Rock the House, I gotta re-listen to that one, but this one again, it was okay. And shit, like I'm just grateful I got all that album and shit. So yeah,
Dope.
out of print. Now we're gonna get into the good shit. All right, now. Okay, you know what?
Yes. Dope double album, not a classic. But
Underrated.
I do like that more than Blueprint 2. I think Blueprint 2 was trash as a double album.
Yeah. I'm gonna save most of my thoughts on this album, but this album was known for songs like Bridging the Gap, Feast Theme, Just a Moment. It's okay. I'm gonna save my thoughts on this one. I'm not gonna be there.
I like it. I'm gonna just say
I
that.
like it. I like it too.
it.
Yeah.
We done heard worse double disc albums. Culture 2.
Oh,
we just
Right.
okay.
motherfucker. This is y'all best album, motherfucker. Culture 1, nigga. This is your
Right.
magnum opus. Culture 3, you niggas didn't do nothing on that album. Solo wise, you niggas have never did nothing solo wise.
Right.
This is your magnum opus. Migos, if you listening to me now on this live stream, if you gonna make music, go back to doing shit what you was doing on Culture 1. Please.
Yes. And I'm not even the biggest Migo fan. I like Culture One and shit. So
And they was coming up on the mixtapes and shit, and they was doing it. Then next thing you know, these niggas get spoon fed and get hungry and shit,
and they just stopped working. Like you niggas can't keep doing that shit, man. Y'all say what y'all want about Kanye West, but Kanye West music will live forever.
Mm-hmm.
Drake make music now for kids now. It's basically like fast food. You motherfuckers gonna think it's hot and the next trending thing right about now, but it's not a home cooked meal. I can remember more Kanye West tracks than Drake tracks, in my opinion. And if these niggas ever do a versus, Kanye West will massacre that nigga.
I don't know about that.
No,
I think it'll be a close
I'm saying that now.
Wait,
Okay.
I can
Kanye,
remember.
Kanye
I can
over
remember.
Drake?
I can remember more Kanye West tracks than some Drake tracks. Drake tracks, they're good though, but will some of those tracks ever stand the test of time like Kanye West tracks?
Hell no.
Too early to tell. I don't know.
Yeah, man. Definitely. Going to talk about Streets of Cypher one day, but I'm just gonna be spoiler alert. It's not one of my favorite Nas albums, but it's better than most. Jesus, I was kind of saving this album for later, but
What
I
is
was
Dragon
kind
Tales?
of.
What is
I
what is
had to
Dragon?
get this album just for my.
What is Dragon Tales? I just want to know. Knee-Boy said you're gonna buy the Dragon Tales double album.
It's a PBS show.
Oh, okay.
Very
I said,
funny.
what the fuck? I was like, what the hell are you smoking?
Very funny. Just y'all, man. I have an album that called Little Dead Dick. Just to let you know, man. Like
It's
it's
a comedy album though,
album-
but that shit don't count.
but just Ice Cube's One Piece Volume 2
Oh wow, you finally got it. You finally got it.
actually got this shitty ass
Why? You don't like the album? Why did you get it?
for collector's purposes.
Oh,
Like,
collectors?
I'm a completist and shit.
I got it
Okay.
too, man. I'm sorry, I got it too. You ain't the only one.
It's
I had to get one album because I do plan on talking about One Piece.
it's not that bad.
It's not that bad.
To me, I can listen to One Piece over the 2000 shit. I don't like none of his 2000s albums.
So you don't like the wall footage?
Nope. Don't
You-
like none of his albums.
Yo, what the
I can't even remember none of his 2000 words.
I don't
ain't even-
remember. I don't even remember
Wow.
that. And I have was it like Laugh Now Cry Later? I have that one.
Yeah,
But
Last
I don't
Time
like
it wasn't that good.
Nah, I don't like none of his
I
albums.
never heard it. I can't get my opinion on it.
Raw Footage was the best album in the 2000s.
That's his best one.
Yes,
What about the I Am? Was it I Am? Not I Am West. Is it I Am West?
trash.
You didn't like that one?
That one got his sons on it, don't it?
Yeah, trash. Like how you have an album. It's like with Nasty. You have an album called I Am the West.
Right.
But you rapping like you from the South and shit. But,
Right. That's what I didn't like. He had Little John on there and shit.
Exactly. But back to this album, War and Peace Volume 2. This came out 2 years after the first War and Peace. Around this time, he was working on Next Friday, which that's y'all favorite Friday movie. Which I
Nigga, the first one, my favorite.
argue.
I'm not a huge Friday fan, so
Yeah,
Come on, man.
Next Friday, I like Next Friday more than the first one.
shit. And he was kind of phone. I'm gonna be real. This was his last album on Priority, and he was kind of phoning this album in on certain tracks. I don't like Until We Rich. I don't like that.
I
track.
love that with Crazy Bone. That shit is fire.
Hello is decent.
Hello was fire. You don't like Hello?
I like it, but I don't love it.
Okay.
I felt like the beat could have been better by Dre. In my opinion. I felt that beat. It sounds like more Exhibit than for you, in my opinion. Which I'm gonna say my thoughts.
Right.
And again, that was the best known track off that album, and
Right.
of course, that was the first track off the album and shit.
Did
Record
right.
company.
Did right.
The record company Pimpin', I didn't care for. I mean, the first War and Peace wasn't good, but it had some tracks I could tolerate. But this album, I didn't like. Even the
You think
album.
you think if they would be EPs, they would have had a bigger impact in his discography?
You said what?
If they would have been like a double EP or something, you think they would have had a better impact instead of just being whole album?
I mean, maybe not. It's just all about the quality, man.
Okay.
Because even Jay-Z had to scale back and do the Blueprint 2.1 and shit. So
Mm-hmm.
it's all about the quality in the music, man. That's all I gotta say. And Ice Cube, I love his shit from '89 to '96. Everything after '96, I'm just iffy about. Yeah, but I'm grateful I got this album just because even the album cover, what the fuck? Like, ah, god damn. Okay. Let me get into some heat right quick. Ooh, let me go back to some of my rock music because
All right.
this album to me, it's a group we never talked about on this channel, and I'm kind of pinching myself because it's the Stone Temple Pilots core album.
Dope album.
Yes. This came out in 1992. My opinion, a very dope, trippy album. In my opinion, Stone Temple Pilots, I do not really consider them. They're grunge, but they were more alternative and psychedelic.
Right.
It's like the same argument I have with Soundgarden. Like people always want to say Soundgarden is grunge because they're all from Seattle, but Soundgarden has like more dimensions and shit. Psychedelia,
Right.
vocal, all that shit. But for those who don't know who Stone Temple Pilots are, they were an alternative rock group from the '90s. Funded by the late great Scott Raylan and shit like that. Rest in peace to him. You had Eric Kretz, Robert DeLeo, Dean DeLeo. Those were the members of the band around this time and shit like that. Chester Bennington, he was also on this band too, after Linkin Park, but he died. It's crazy too because he died 2 years after Scott Raylan. That's crazy. Yeah, man. Singles album was known for and was I gotta wrap this up soon. Sex Type Thing, crazy song. Plush and Creep. Yeah, man. Again, this was a very if you love alternative music around this time, you would definitely love this album. I'm more of a Purple fan and shit like that. It has that song Interstate Love Song,
Right.
but this album to me definitely a very iconic album when it comes to the alternative rock and shit. Definitely gotta talk more about this band in the future. Shit. I already got this album, 1984 Van Halen. Classic.
That's the only Van Halen album I want.
I forgot to show this.
So what?
I'll let you go. I had like 2 more to show. I had to show some love for my juggalos out there and shit, but I'll let you go.
Go ahead, because I have like a lot more left. I'm trying to get so good.
All right. If you in the world of the Insane Clown Posse, this next album I'm about to show you is probably one of the greatest Psychopathic Records albums of all time. It's sort of like a mixture of the Wizard of Oz with like the Insane Clown Posse, Juggalo World mixed together. We're going with Wizard of the Hood, released in 2003. This album is fucking fire in my opinion. Violent J comes correct, with his albums. Especially with this shit right here. This is definitely his best work solo-wise in my opinion. Them as a group, the first 6 Junkers cards from the first deck are definitely legendary, monumental. Definitely had an impact throughout the hip hop world, especially through the underground scenes. You got classic tracks like Let It Rain, Yellow Brick Alleyway, Homies to Smoke With, Thug Wildin', What You Thinking About. I suggest you get high with that track if you want to just have those mellow moods with it. Shiny Diamonds, The Wizard's Palace, monumental album in my opinion for all my Insane Clown Posse ICP fans out there. This was around the time when the rave happened 2 years after Shangri-La, which was in 2001. And the whole record label was just a family. It wasn't just broke up, with Twisted leaving and everybody leaving, in like mid 2010s and shit. So Wizard of the Hood for Violent J, get it right there.
Dope.
Dope album, from what I heard.
The Great
I heard.
Malenko, Purple Case. When this shit came out, they took it off the shelves so quick, fucking with Disney. They already know what the fuck that was already about, so why would you take the album off the shelves, knowing
They,
damn well motherfuckers wanted to get it like crazy? I mean, if you listen to that discography, you already knew what the Dark Carnival was about. Like each Joker's card represented something different. And especially like with the Great Malenko, like this Joker's card represented, like something being mysterious, sort of like a wizard, with magical powers, just take you on a journey and stuff. I mean, you got songs like The Great Malenko, How Many Times, Southwest Voodoo, Under the Moon, What is a Juggalo, House of Horrors. Definitely reminds me something of The Ringmaster from '94. But overall, classic album in my opinion. Definitely had a major impact on hip hop when it comes to like that wicked shit. Legends from like Esham. Like Anybody Killer Twisted. Their discography of Most Tasteless. Freak Show, which came out in 2000. But yeah, Great Malenko, Purple Case.
mm, okay, I see you. I see you. I'm not the biggest Insane Clown Posse fan, but I do respect the fact that they've been independent all throughout their career and shit. For the
Yeah.
most, yeah, man. If y'all would recommend me one album to listen to, what would it be? Just do they have like grimy beats or like
Like
I
if you
don't
want like if you want something real dark, I think that darkest album from that first deck. I'm not an expert on like the wicked shit like the other OGs like throughout the times coming up with like the Insane Clown Posse. But I think that darkest album is either between Ringmaster from the first deck or Riddlebox from '95. So I suggest you check those both two out if you want to hear like some wicked evil shit and stuff.
okay. Cause I like I said, I'm just to see what I'm missing, you know what I'm saying? Cause
Like,
yeah. Alright. Damn man, I'm so bad with time. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I still got like
4 hours.
20, I think 15 or 20, but I'm like I said, I'm gonna run by these motherfuckers. Van Halen, Diver Down, 1982. This album was like a covers album and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? This was known for the cover of Pretty Woman, Dancing in the Street, shit like that, you know.
Like,
Pretty solid album. All my Van Halen fans should know about this one. We did a review on Chino XL Here to Save You All. Classic
classic.
in my opinion.
Yes.
Rolling Stones, Steel Wheels. This album came out in 1989. This was the comeback album after they were beefing, they like making Keith and shit like that. Um, a lot of people like this album, but I felt like the album kind of got overshadowed by the tour.
Right.
The tour was very successful and stuff like that. This album was known for songs like Mixed Emotions, Rockin' a Hard Place. Love that track. Definitely a must-have in your collection. Yeah, man. Mary J. Blige, The Breakthrough.
Classic.
Yes, her
That's
best.
that's my last good. I think that's the last good Mary album.
Yeah. Um, that's like I mean she had some good albums after.
Yeah.
I did like Growing Pains and
That
shit
was
like
good.
that.
That was cool.
But
I don't really listen to her later 2000s work like that.
shit. But yeah, The Breakthrough. I remember when this album came out. This was actually what introduced me to Mary J. Blige too.
Right.
Be Without You. I mean, that song alone was classic.
Oh yeah.
Terrence Howard. That used to play that all the time on BT, VH1. That was a big song back in 06, 05.
Right.
Yeah, Enough Crying. She did a version of U2's One, which that was a very dope version. Um, I think, and this album too was very successful. It got her some Grammys, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Yeah, got her some Grammys too. Yeah. She won 3 awards. Yeah, she won 3 awards in the Grammys too. She won like hella BET awards. and stuff like that. This came out after the horrible Love and Life album, in my opinion.
That's and I like
Yeah,
that one.
but yeah, Breakthrough. Definitely want to talk about this one day.
Yeah.
All right, now we're gonna go back into rock. We're gonna go into U2 with Pop. Oh Jesus, where do I begin with this album? This album came out in 1997. Um, this was like I said, I like weird U2, but I have my limits. It's not a bad. A lot of people say this was like their worst album, but
Mhm.
how can I put this? They didn't know what the fuck they were doing on this album. I'm just gonna be real. I mean, yeah, songs like "Staring at the Sun," "Last Night on Earth," "Please," those were singles and stuff like that. Um, Jesus Christ, I mean, this was a lot more techno and stuff like that too. You know what I'm saying? Even the band, even the band does not really care for this album like that. I mean, I'm more of a Zooropa when it comes to U2. I like weird U2, like the Zooropa,
Like,
like when they go out the box, unconventional, like what's the fucking album called? Rattle and Hum,
yeah.
shit like that. You know what I'm saying? This album to me, just stay tuned when I have to say about this. That's what I'm gonna say. Then we're gonna get into Black Eyed Peas with Bridging the Gap.
Dope.
Fucking dope album. This came out in 2000. This was the second album that they came out with. Um, Back when they still how can I they were still in their element, in my opinion. Pre Fergie, that's the best way to put it.
Right.
I mean, they still had the hip hop track. They had songs like "Cali to New York" with De La Soul, very dope one track. Weekends and shit like that. Very very dope album in my opinion. Yeah, man.
Knee Boy's asking, did you like the Mary Think Like a Man album?
It was alright. I mean,
I
it was
forgot you
alright
did
and
that.
shit. And I know Sam asked me about No More Drama. No More Drama, I love. I love No More Drama.
That was
So,
good.
yeah. Next is Van Halen 2, 1979. I'm gonna be real with you guys. It's actually my least favorite Van Halen album from their golden period. Um, I felt like it was a bit more. The first Van Halen album was dark. This one they try to go for. I mean, it had its dark moments, but they were kind of going for like a more radio airplay and shit.
Right.
But compared to the latter Sammy Hagar albums and the Van Halen 3, this is a masterpiece and shit like that. So, yes. Very, 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 very good album. Not great, but good.
Right.
Oh, this album. I'm so glad I finally got this one in my collection. It's Tevin Campbell, Back to the World.
Nice.
This came out in 1996. And I kind of feel like this is better than I'm Ready after we listened to this album and shit.
Wow.
I mean, this is pretty much, if I had to pick underrated R&B albums, this is definitely top 3.
Okay.
I know he looks like O Dog on this album cover, I know, but it's still a very good. It's probably one of his most soulful albums and shit. This album was known for songs like "Back to the World," "I Got It Bad," "Could You Learn to Love." The song "Could It Be." All my Wiz Khalifa fans should know about that song because the song upsampled that track.
Right.
I mean, this whole album is like a lot more smoother. Vocally, he was still in this element and stuff like that. I've not heard a self-titled album as of yet,
That was good.
but yeah, man, this album to me, classic in my personal opinion. I like it way better than the fucking I'm Ready, and I love I'm Ready. I'm Ready was very good too.
Mhm.
All right. We're gonna plan on doing a review on this album this week with another EP, which I'm just gonna announce right now. It's Ice Cube with Kill at Will. This came out in 1990. Technically, I already have this album with the America's Most Wanted. I have the 2003 reissue, and they included this album. But I've always said to myself, I've always wanted a physical of this album, and yeah, man, it's definitely well worth it and shit like that too. Because this Wednesday, we're going to talk about this EP, and 100 Miles of Running EP.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so technically, if I was to put these two albums together, it would be like an album that they would have come out with. But yeah, but this album to me, well, EP is a very dope EP, known for songs like "Jackin' for Beats," "Get Off My Dick and Tell Your Bitch to Come Here" remix, "Dead Homies." He even threw a shot at NWA on "I Gotta Say What's Up" and stuff like that. Which that was like a precursor to what was to come.
Yeah, the death one.
Oh yeah. But this is a very, very, very dope EP. I feel like both this and 100 Miles of Running are two of the best EPs in hip hop history. So stay tuned for our thoughts this Wednesday. I'm gonna update the times because I'm actually start going back to work finally on Tuesday. So I gotta rearrange my schedule. So yeah. Then I got Try's favorite album.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Oh Lord.
Yes, I finally got this album.
His only classic album.
Yeah.
His only classic album.
Classic album.
His only good album.
His only classic.
Yeah.
He got some solid work after that, but it ain't classic.
It ain't classic, but this album came out in 01. This album was known for songs like Jada's Got a Gun, Knock Yourself Out, None of Y'all Are Better, Fucking or What. My personal favorite one, with DMX. This was definitely one of 01's best. A lot of people have said some shit like how they pretty much was anticipating this album release and shit like that. So definitely want to talk about this classic album and shit. So yeah.
I would like BJ to be on board.
Let it be on that one. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I want to be a fly on the wall with that discussion happening.
Shit. Alright. He Sweat, Keep It Coming, 1991.
Dope.
Oh yeah, we're getting to some heat right now, y'all. We're getting some heat. I'm not gonna lie. I have to re-listen to this album. I remember this album, like certain tracks and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But this one I have to re-listen to. This was known for songs like "There You Go, Telling Me No Again," classic joint when Keith Sweat was acting a damn fool in fucking New Jack City and shit like that. Why Me Baby featuring LL Cool J. Give Me What I Want featuring Silk. Very, 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 very dope track. Silk, definitely another dope R&B group and stuff. So yeah. Definitely expect to review one day. Snoop Dogg Paid the Cost to Be the Boss. 2002. Very good album too. This album, this was the album that inspired me to do the whole Snoop discography breakdown, because while I don't feel like this album is a classic, it's a very damn good album. And when Snoop does like all this shit, like when he does like a lot of the stuff, like when he experiments and stuff, most of the time it doesn't really come off good. Most of the time, I'm not gonna lie, but this is one of the few times where a lot of shit he was experimenting came out extremely well. So songs like Lollipop with Jay, Superfly, and Nate Dogg, Batman and Robin, classic track in my opinion. Beautiful was dope. Very, very, very dope album. Ashley already mentioned this. Babyface for the Cool and You, 1993. His best album, in my opinion. Yeah, his best album, in my opinion, shit like that. All right. Monica, The Boy Is Mine, 1998.
Great
Very,
album.
very dope album. A lot of controversy with this album, low key. Boy Is Mine is not Monica's song, it's Brandy's song, but Clive Davis named the album after that, and I think Brandy kind of felt some type of way about it. And in certain editions of this album, they actually don't have the Boy Is Mine track on
Oh
certain
wow.
editions and stuff like that too. So
Hmm.
yeah, man. But other than that, this has songs like Angel of Mine, Street Symphony, For You I Will, which Space Jam soundtrack too. You know what I'm saying? Very, very, very good album. I'm just gonna show these two together. Easy Ease EPs. 51.
I got the vinyl for both of those.
You said what?
I was saying I got the vinyl for both of those.
Yeah, man. I think I saw it once on your Facebook and shit. So
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I'm gonna be real. 5150, I did not like. It was he was doing the whole Naughty by Nature kind of flow, and some tracks it didn't really work well. I'm gonna be real. There was really like maybe one song I liked, either one or two. Neighborhood Sniper, which Code 187 did that beat. One of Easy's illest tracks. Merry Motherfucking Christmas was cool. I just gotta be in the right mood for it.
Yeah, you gotta be drunk or something around Christmas time. Listen to it.
Definitely, because he was working on the Temporary Insanity album around that time too. But I think that was what came out at either 1990 or 91 and shit like that. But he was going through his shit, with Dre and shit, and he kept pushing the album back. Speaking of Dre, it's on Dr. Dre.
Yeah.
Shit, in my opinion. I know it's an EP, but it's still very good. I mean, I like Easy Does It, but I'm gonna say my thoughts on that one. This was known for the real motherfucking G's, which killed Dre Day, in my opinion. I like Dre Day, but this track was way better. Any last words?
And he had the dirt on the with the world class wrecking crew pictures too.
Yeah. Fucking classic.
Smoking no chronic with picnics.
Yes. Damn, they try to fade you on Dre Day. It's on. Give me that nut. Classic, man. Fucking expect a review on this album very soon. We're gonna do like a lot of NWA reviews towards all throughout this fall. So yeah. I'm just gonna show these albums. Van Halen, Woman and Children First. Fair Warning. Very good album, Woman and Children First, you know what I'm saying? Sonically, this is their best album sonically. I love songs like Everybody Wants Some, Take Your Whiskey Home, Could This Be Magic? Definitely good album. Fair Warning, the best Van Halen album, period. And stuff like that. And probably Eddie Van Halen's best album with Van Halen. This was known for songs like Dirty Movies, Mean Street, Push Comes to Shove. Experimented a lot with reggae on this album.
Reggae?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Van Halen.
Van Halen.
Wow. I gotta hear that one. What's the name of that album?
Fair Warning.
Fair Warning? Okay.
I need to check that out too. I don't got no Van Halen working my discography.
Yeah. These are not albums, but it's the Honeymooners Complete Classic 39.
Great. So,
yes. You know how much I love the Honeymooners and shit.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. This is, when they had the sitcom and shit like that. Cause originally started off as a sketch comedy series and stuff too. And
right.
Good luck finding most of those sketches, cause if you just go to the lost episodes in Tubi TV, you'll be able to watch most of them. I got the MC8 source issue.
Nice.
Very
All right.
dope.
Fire.
This one I think was around the time when he came out with All for the Money.
94.
Yeah. This came out in February 95, so we come strapped and shit, but still killing it in the charts. Alright. The Holy Grail.
Yeah, that's it.
Batman the Animated Series.
wow.
Soundtrack.
I never seen a soundtrack before.
Yeah, they have like 12 volumes of this shit. And this score right here was featured on some certain episodes and stuff like that. The volumes go for a lot of money. So if I can find it, I can find it. But this one right here
Right.
was a very dope one. I love the instrumentation they use on this track. So yeah.
Nice.
I-20, self-explanatory. Finally got my hands on this album. His only album, even though Disturbing the Peace was too chinky. But you know what? I'm gonna say my thoughts on that.
I'm gonna stick with China.
Right.
Shauna looking
Definitely
good.
got a
man.
review coming October 5th on the anniversary of the album and stuff like that too. So I'm gonna save most of my thoughts on that.
Yeah, we got our DVD. I got a DVD collection and Blu-ray, 4K stuff.
Yeah, I got that stuff too.
Yeah.
All right, then we got Neil Young, Harvest.
Wow. Yeah.
This came out in 1972. Very very dope album. A lot of people say this is his best album. I tend to disagree. I'm more of a Tonight Tonight person and shit like that.
Right.
So yeah, this was a very very good album and stuff. This was known for songs like Harvest, Heart of Gold, Old Man.
Reg, would you do like a DVD Blu-ray collection stream
I could have sworn I did that a while back ago.
like with all three of us?
Yeah, we can do that one day. But yeah,
That'd be cool
That-
too.
Yeah, like you bring out like special boxes and stuff like that.
yes sir.
And I just thought of something too. I've been seeing motherfuckers do like, you know, the one gotta go videos when they have like classic movies or like classic shows or video games and shit.
Right.
I think that'd be good to do a live stream too. I bet us would be arguing like a motherfucker, like if they had
Right.
like,
One
you know,
gotta go.
certain legendary comedians and shit, and you know, each us agree or disagree with certain topics and picks and shit on there.
Right. Yeah, I like that one.
Definitely. And my last album is Eve with Rough Riders First Lady
Yeah.
in 1999. Yes, very, very, very good album in my opinion. I'm more of a Scorpion person, but this one definitely was a lot more raw. Known for songs like We Be On That Shit, Dog Match, Scenario 2000, Fire album. And I have a lot of albums to organize tonight. Jesus.
I already put all my shit back up. I ain't trying to put this shit up once I get up.
Yeah, I'm gonna make me some dinner, work on my schoolwork, and just organize these albums for tonight because I know it's going to take me all night. But other than that, thank y'all so much for bearing with me. 4 hours. Oh my gosh. 4
Epic,
hours.
yo. Epic.
What would be dead if we did a 24-hour live stream? All of us would be sleeping shit. We'll wake up, have drunk and stuff, and just keep on going.
For real, but yeah, man, definitely. I know. Wednesday, of course, we're gonna do the NWA EPs, Kill At Will and 100 Miles of Running, and then we're still gonna probably stay on the NWA train when we do the double review on the West Side Connection, Bow Down and Terrorist Threats, and this Sunday is gonna be the beginning of the Rage Against the Machine review, Sunday Rage Sundays and shit like that.
Nice.
So really cannot wait to talk about Rage this Sunday.
Same.
A rock band Try Ashley likes too. So yeah. So thank y'all so much. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Rock Lady. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Try. Thank you guys all so much for bearing with me. This might be like the biggest collection I've had to date and stuff like that too. So
we need to do stuff like this. Cause a lot of motherfuckers on their channels ain't gonna do shit like this. They think they too big to show off their collection and stuff. You know how niggas do when they want to show off stuff, but they don't want to do it on a live stream. You know.
Right.
Exactly.
I agree.
I'm gonna make me something to eat,
Same.
and because I have not eaten anything since this afternoon. So yeah, I will see you guys on Wednesday. Hope everyone has a good night and stay safe.
All right.
And whatnot. Peace.
Peace.
All right, peace, man. Peace out, y'all.
Peace.